Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. Hope you're doing very well indeed. We are at Manchester Airport for the first time in a little while, and we're back in the PMDG 777-300ER today to finish off one more stream this week of the big 77 whiskey. Tomorrow though, slight change of tack. We're in the MD-11 freighter, the TFDI Designs MD-11 freighter, and we've got version 1 for a special pre-release preview of that for the first time on the channel, so super excited for that. We've got some Osprey Airways retro jets painted by Zato, and Tapsy's been hard at work making the mainline normal sort of modern livery as well for our virtual airline. So yeah, wherever you are in the world, it's great to have you on board with us today. Very warm welcome to you. Lots of people excited to see the Osprey Airways liveries, which is always great to see over on our Discord server. Chris, welcome mate. Gav, good evening buddy. Zato, you too, thanks for painting that retro jet, it's great. Liam, welcome. Alpha Mike, Dylan, Chris Packet, Badger, great to see you guys. And yeah, you know what, Manchester is busy. Model matching is a little bit random at times, so it will select what it thinks is easier to use. So because we're not in the retro jet livery and we're in the mainline livery, it will prefer the retro jet. At least that's how I've currently set it up, because it's loading in the actual PMDG 777 multiple times into our sim, which is a bit untested. Not really sure how that's going to pan out, but otherwise should be okay. GSX request boarding. Now I've downloaded a GSX profile from flightsim.to, and we're going to see if it works. And while they're getting into position, I'm just going to have a quick check of Valanta, because we've got Dylan, I think, flying in from JFK. There he is. He's just over Bangor at the moment, North Wales. Lovely. So he's about 15 minutes out. Perfect. He's flying in from JFK in Osprey 773 Whiskey to deliver one of our new aircraft all the way from Everett, with a stop at JFK, to Manchester to be painted for our virtual airline. AF Cargo, it wants me to open those. Ground ops. Ground connections, no. Service vehicles, right. Is it those? No. There we go. Cargo aft, cargo forward. Have we open the doors? That's a bit better. Yep, welcome matey. Awesome. I was hoping we would have a Martinair livery for tomorrow, which would just make it a little bit snazzy, but yeah, unfortunately we can't. All of the liveries for the MD-11 at the moment that are currently available for people with the collector's edition don't work anymore with the new one, so it's just one of those things. Dylan, welcome. How's the flight been? Long old flight. Hopefully it's been okay. Good morning, Canadian Flight Simmer as well. Ashton, welcome. David, good afternoon. So this should, there we go, load the bags in nicely. Perfect. There's a GSX profile for this on flightsim.to that you can download and install just while we wait for official support from GSX. Carlita, morning. Got that good old GE badge there as well. Look at that. That's a screenshot in itself. Just in the backdrop, a little Osprey. Say a little Osprey. It's a big Osprey. 787 fan, thanks buddy. Cheers for the super chat. Appreciate it. Very kind. Flight time today, it's a bit of a long one. What we're going to do is just move our camera across a little bit to about here, so that we can keep an eye on the approach path, because Dylan's flying in and I'm very conscious of that, but we can work away in the background. We're doing all of our pre-flights. 121855 for Manchester ground, I believe. And we're not cold and dark today. We just moved ahead a little bit further with our preparation. So we've got most of the systems all online, ready to go. Nav lights on. We've already imported our Simbury flight plan into the Universal Flight Tablet and the FMC as well. The only thing we haven't done is all of this stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and accept those. And initially we're going to cruise at flight level 380, but we're going to then change to flight level 390, I believe. But we'll see what happens. We've got to do our takeoff performance and all that sort of stuff as well. So actually, let's move that to there. Performance tool. Runway 23 right for departure. We'll import from aircraft and import the weather. So it's recommending flap 5, takeoff profile 2.
Correction, Lufthansa 5 Papa November. Are you ready for your clearance?
So that's all good. Put the V-speeds in, but we're going to change those now because we're going to put a cell temp and a profile in for takeoff. It's a bit better.
Score 5015 and reroute Stamber 859.
161, we'll set that on the MCP.
859 Honolulu.
Now I'm going to turn my fan on because it's cooler today, but it's actually still a bit hot. Give me 2 seconds, I've got to get to a plug.
Lufthansa 5 Papa November, read back correct.
There we go. Biscuit of choice, by the way, today. Custard creams. And we've got the window open just to get a bit of air into the aircraft. Very good. Haven't done that. Got to remember to close that window, though. Cheers, David. That's helpful, actually, monitoring that for us. Appreciate it. Right, let's see if Manchester Ground has got ACAS, because I'd like to try it out. Manchester Ground, hello, Osprey 157 Alpha, ready to check.
Osprey 157 Alpha, Manchester Ground, readability 5.
Thank you. Are you accepting data link clearance?
Negative.
No worries, in that case, Manchester Ground, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, stand 29, Boeing 777-300 with Delta, QNH 1006, request clearance to Gran Canaria, please.
Osprey 157 Alpha, cleared to Gran Canaria on the Coxswain 1 Romeo departure.
Yep.
Score 1074.
Cleared Gran Canaria, Coxswain 1 Romeo departure, score 1074, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy.
Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, read back correct.
10. So we can get our clearance nice and early. It's part of our pre-flight, isn't it? Zato, cheers mate, thanks for the super chat. And with all that, we've already actually put all of that in, so we've already selected 2-3 right and the Coxswain 1 Romeo like, so... Daffy Duck, that's because you're probably not using the parking brake properly. It's like the Boeing 737, for those of you who haven't got that. You've got to make sure the brakes in the settings of MSFS are set to realistic. First step. Second step, you know when you set the parking brake, you push both of the brake pedals in, don't you? You put all the you push the brake pedals into maximum and then you pull this up. Press the keybind for it to set the parking brake. To release the parking brake, you've got to push and hold both the brake pedals in. So you've got to press both brake pedals in for about 3 seconds, and then you'll hear it clunk. And you'll hear it actually kind of, you hear the parking brake release.
It's always an honour to paint for Osprey. Loving it.
So we've done that, that's all good. VNAV, climb, cruise 380, and we'll go for recon speed 835. Actually, that's a good point. Cost index 100.
1132. No further ATC.
Takeoff profile 2, 20% D-rate climb 2, takeoff speeds there for flap 5, trim on 5, that's looking good. Notice how it's removed the cell temp though, 44. Which will then delete the takeoff speeds. But thankfully they're almost the same actually, that's dropped to not. Interesting, cool. We'll have that. that's all ready to go. There's our routing. So that's all ready. Awesome.
Was that Osprey 2306?
And we go to charts. This is what we're going to be doing. So runway 23 right for takeoff. We're going to push start, face south on Echo, and we'll taxi down Echo Delta Papa.
Gran Canaria on the Coxswain
Onto Kilo, down Juliet, full length Juliet 1 is what we're going to want. So we're going to go past the pub, lining up on the Juliet turning circle there, full length, and then departing on 23 right on the Coxswain 1 Romeo departure. So initially heading outbound to 3 DME, before then turning west 273 degrees, between 2.5 to 5,000 feet, and then at 8 DME intercepting the outbound radial of 253 from the Manchester VOR 133.55, heading out to then intercept the outbound radial of 215 from Pole Hill 112.1, turning then 215 on that radial, outbound from Pole Hill down to waypoint Cooksham.
Manchester ground, Golf.
Our routing then is going to take us over the edge of the border between England and Wales, passing just over Bristol, just to the west of Bristol. That'll be on our left hand side, and then routing down over the English Channel, touching the very edge of France, and then Bay of Biscay, down through Brest into Madrid's airspace briefly, before then passing into Portuguese airspace, running all the way down to Las Palmas. So there's about 4.5 hours flight time in total.
Stand by one.
I love that. I've always got time for that, as you guys know. Anyone got to sit rep on Dylan?
But you're cleared at flight level 20. Are you going IFR or VFR?
VFR.
Was that supposed to be 2,000 feet in your flight plan then?
Have a quick check. Where he at? There he is. Oh, he's just north of the airfield. Very exciting. Right, make sure I've got my new sky tracking, that's all ready to go, 11:30, so yeah, we're in time for push, a little early though. So we've got a few minutes to go for that. Flight plan's all ready, Volanta is ready as well for our flight today.
Yeah, you can't go VFR at 20,000 feet, that's an IFR route. You'll need an IFR departure.
Okay, no problem, 2,000 feet.
Do you, if you've got a flight plan, do you want to go IFR?
And we want LNAV, VNAV, armed, ready. Actually, we can't do that yet because the flight directors aren't on. Oh, come on, Luke.
I'm not sure how to set it up in plane exactly.
If I give you a flight, can you put it into your...
Seatbelt signs on, let's get the APU fired up. Starts. We'll get that window closed as well, shall we? Where's that handle?
I'll put a route in text. Can you see if you can get that into your flight computer?
So that's all good, that's all guarded. That's set, IFE and everything's on.
If you can get it in, I'll give you a clearance.
We've got
on
boarding
the
complete.
Romeo departure.
Oh yes. Prepare for pushback, okay.
Call me back when you're ready.
Third column, all looks good. We're going to go fuel, just have a look at what we got. Centre tanks are empty still, wow. This thing can fly so far. You know, we're doing like 4-hour flight, and even now the centre tanks haven't got anything in. It's incredible. I love this jet, it's so good. Auto brake RTO, MSP's all set for runway heading, altitude and everything else. Let's go to the checklists. We've already done that and checked that. That's all set. So pre-flight complete before starts. Flight deck door closed and locked. MCV, takeoff speed, CDU pre-flight, trim 00, takeoff briefing we've just done. So the beacon light will be next.
Lufthansa 5 Papa November, taxi holding.
We've got, thanks to Zato by the way, that lovely livery there. We've also got this from Tapsi, a stunning Osprey Airways custom cabin for the PMDG 777. Proper way to celebrate the release of this, it's absolutely stunning. And we've got a little big, decal on the old bulkhead there. We'll explore that in flight because we've got loads of time for it. Where's he gone? Oh, he's all over there.
3 Mike, stand by, there's a controller changeover.
David, exciting. And the livery's just come online, interestingly enough, but we're already...
Correct, yeah, all the greens are cleared and red.
Late for that. 1074 is our thing, that's all good. QNH 1006. And we've got to close those cargo doors, so ground ops. Entry left closed, cargo aft forward closed. And you'll notice now it's also doing it on all of the other 777s because this is the issue with model matching. We're forcing the PMDG 777 to load multiple times now in order to display our livery, which is a bit risky. That it can cause crash to desktops doing that kind of thing because it's running the systems now for 4 times at least, 5 times when Liam comes in, and replicating everything that's going on with our aeroplane. So we're pushing our system a little bit, but thankfully we've got the RTX 4090. Right, 12:16. We've got 15 minutes to go. Actually, we're going to push back early. Why not?
Mike, delivery's just come online. Can you call them on 121.705 for your clearance, please?
External power disconnect. Ground ops. Let's close. Lock the window. Arm all the doors. Ground power release. Jetway has been released, I think. Yep, good. EDC is now available, Liam says. That's too late.
Osprey 5145, request push to start, please.
Should we get it anyway as a bit of a thing? Just as a test. Com. ATC. Log on.
Osprey 5145, stand 1.
EGCC.
61, push and
Send.
Push to start approved, Osprey 145.
And then we're going to go departure clearance request. ATIS was... That's us now connected to the controller. We want information Delta. EGCC. Gate 29.
Also, stations, anybody wanting clearance?
So we've now sent, we'll cancel that first one. We've now sent a data link request for departure clearance to that controller. So now they'll have a bing bong noise, and that will then allow them to process our data link clearance request, our PDC as it's also known. And with that we'll then get a response back, which will come in the format of a little message at the top there. We will also be able to read the full message underneath when it does come through, and we'll be able to accept, cancel or reject that clearance.
Was going to try and go VFR at 20,002 or
Little Gothic, what do we got? So Dylan is 3,000 feet over Oldham at the moment. I'm trying to just keep an eye on and a bit of a tab on where he is. That controller, we're just going to wait for that delivery controller to do... We'll process that request. It may take a wee while. Wow, somebody's logged on and they've just said, apologies, I have no clue how to set up a flight plan in this plane. They're in a little aeroplane. It's a bit tricky to help people if they have no clue how to actually operate the aeroplane. KLM. Oops. Send that one. Request clearance. So we can test things out. Very exciting. Gary Carter, welcome, mate. Fishkin's Fitness, no, we spoke about this yesterday, mate. You asked the same question as well. Please actually follow the instructions when we're trying to help you. There is no problem with the parking brake. There is no PMDG 777 parking brake bug. Can't have been made any clearer. It's user error, effectively. You've got to make sure the parking brake is set on realistic in the settings in the sim, and then you've got to press both park brakes fully in like the 737 to activate the parking brake. At that point, you then get rid of the parking brake by pressing both the brake pedals down with your feet. 10 mile final, Dylan. Epic. Alright, I'm not going to wait anymore for him. Let's get our pushback, shall we? Zartu's got his PDC.
KLM 35 November Alpha, welcome to Manchester.
Lee, you're welcome.
Taxi stand
I've sent it to you, mate.
911
You should have.
via
I think I've sent it twice now.
Alpha Delta.
Yeah, request clearance sent.
2.
Osprey 157 Alpha Lee. Let me try again. I'll send it a second time, there you go. Sent. Dylan's on 10 mile final, so we've got about 2-3 minutes until one of our new airframes touches down at Manchester. Havoc, yeah, possibly. But we just demonstrated. Lee's in the live chat, he's the delivery controller on GMP. Liam, you just click canc there to cancel that notification, mate. In the menu, you had to change kilos to pounds. Go to menu, PMDG setup, aircraft, displays. There it is, weights units. And Manchester ground, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, stand 29, fully ready, request push start.
Osprey 157 Alpha, are you able to push on to Lima facing west?
Negative. I can push back south on Echo only.
Oh, right. Osprey 157 Alpha, stand by one because there's somebody waiting to come north.
Yeah, roger, we'll hold position, no worries. Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy. Oh, I think I can see him. We haven't got our PDC yet though. Not received yet. Got one from Osprey 2306. We are connected though.
Ground, Osprey 145, request taxi please.
Yeah, established.
Osprey 5145, taxi holding point Juliet 1 for runway 23 right via Delta, Papa, Kilo and Juliet.
Taxi to Juliet 14.
Oh, James, this is matey. Yeah, by a long shot. This is so good. All right, let's all welcome Dylan in. He's on short final, delivering this from over in the United States of America. One of our new aircraft for our virtual airline. Ron, welcome. How are you? If you guys are trying to kind of understand this jet and learn it a little bit, then have a look at the tutorials I've done on the channel. I've done a whole load of tutorial videos. Oh boy, here it comes.
Shuttle green light, standby.
Ah, Lee, yes. That's probably it, isn't it, matey?
KLM, when the MTE 11 has passed in front of you from left to right, carry on taxi to stand 911.
Again, this is copying the state of our aeroplane on stand because it's literally loading the PMDG 777 in again as AI. Which is, we're kind of forcing it into doing stuff, so that's why he's got chocks and things. Just have to ignore those as best as we can. Look at that! What a majestic bird! Oh yes! Well, hey, he's down. Welcome to Manchester. How exciting! Let's get back on here.
Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy. When the KLM 737 has passed behind you from right to left, continue push and start.
Look after the KLM behind, push start approved, Osprey 157 up heavy. Alright, let's just quickly go 121705. Departure clearance request. Thank you, Lee, for persevering with this, mate. Just to show you guys PDCs. Echo Golf Charlie Charlie. It probably would have helped if I was on the correct frequency for actual delivery. Alright, hopefully now that is with you, Lee. He says with confidence. We'll exit that. We've got to remove the chocks. So while we're waiting for that little test, remove chocks.
Release parking brakes, please.
Beacon lights on. That's all set. Make sure it is actually clear. Good.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, so look, push the brakes in, and then it drops that automatically for us. You can't push that handle in. Time to go. Let's go to Gran Canaria. Alright, engine 1, start. Left mode selected to norm. Pumps are already on, fuel control lever to run with auto start engaged. Beacon lights and nav, that's all good. And it's EGCC, Lee, that you're online, yeah? EGCC. Let me send it again. I'll try it this one. Should just maybe be a blank message. We're gonna get a bit of air in here, it's hot.
That's the airflow ready. Osprey 94, confirm that you're ready for push and start.
Window left flight deck there, look, little warning.
Osprey 94, hold position, you can contact ground on
Right engine start.
121.855.
Fuel control lever to run. Salt Sim, hello mate. Have you got your award for services to flight simming yet? No, I haven't. I wish that was a thing, that'd be great. Parking brakes set.
Manchester clearance, Delta 137, radio check.
Delta 137, Manchester delivery, good afternoon, readability 5.
Alright, I don't think we seem to be able to get that
pick up IFR.
working nicely today, but it is what it is.
Manchester ground, Osprey 2306, ready for push and start, and we're willing to wait for the company to move from left to right.
Chad, no, I wish.
Unlocking gear.
I wish that would be rather great.
Osprey 230.
Look at this. Spectacular. Honestly, they've done
he's
such a
not
remarkable
moving
job
yet.
with
Can
this
you
PMDG
push on to
777. It is
lever
remarkably
facing west?
good. Yeah, and how come you start the engines so late
we
on
can make that work,
pushback?
Osprey 230.
Well, actually, when I look at
Push on to
in real life all the 777-300ERs that I see at
Push on to Lima
Heathrow,
facing west, Osprey
um,
330.
they actually all wait till about now, so pushback is almost complete before they begin to start the engines. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a British Airways company thing, but I have noticed that a lot of the time the BA aircraft won't start their engines until they are facing like this way now at the end of pushback almost. Okay, so left right start, that's all good. So working down the panel, just checking everything there. Left panel looks good, second panel good, hydraulics all on and automatic light signs set. They're back on norm, pumps all set as required, anti-ice as required. Pop the taxi lights on as well while we're up here, that's all good. Still currently, let's get the APU off. That will then move the packs into an active state for the engines, and then we can go to checklist, and we have a warning. So we're going to close this. Oop, wrong button. That one. We're going to close this to clear the checklist warning there, because there's a non-normal condition, so it's already highlighted as a potential issue, right? So that's all good. We can just click these. Checklist complete to get rid of it. Anyway, anti-ice done. Recall check. We haven't locked it yet.
Shuttle 3 might request taxi.
Now it's gone. Good. Recall. Flight controls. Ground equipment. Go fully right. Neutral. Fully left. Neutral. All the way forwards. There's my dirty pot issue that I've got with this aeroplane, not with the aeroplane, sorry, with my Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke, which is literally a year old and it's already broken. Because I get this weird on and off spasm of the ailerons in all of the aeroplanes I use. Trim set 5.
Holding point Juliet 1, 2 to your right via Juliet Echo Juliet, Shuttle 3 Mike.
I wonder, because we've already been cleared, it won't let us get our clearance again. But hey ho. Back to checklist. It's going to be flap 5. Sets. And let's rock and roll. Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy request taxi.
Osprey 157 Alpha, stand by, change your controller.
Hey, we've got tower 1863. Big thank you to all of our controllers today for tuning in and giving us some air traffic control. It is really appreciated. 11863, flap 5 in green. That's automatically now ticked off the before takeoff checks, which will allow us to get our cabin secure. And we be burning fuel. APU's off now anyway, packs left and right on automatic, and they're on and they've got power. That's all good, that's all set, and this all looks pretty juicy. Marwan, welcome. Got a controller change. Oh, it's Lee again. Oh yeah. Should have started just one engine. We're burning so much fuel. I love this jet. This morning, by the way, I woke up to an email from TFDI Designs saying, hello, here is the MD-11 for you to enjoy. Version 1, Special Launch Edition.
Osprey 157 Alpha, Manchester ground.
Pass message, 147 Alpha.
Osprey 157 Alpha, you can taxi to holding point Juliet 1 via Echo Delta Papa Kilo Juliet.
Taxi, Hopper Juliet 1 via Echo Papa Delta Kilos and Juliet Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy.
And Osprey 773 Whiskey Manchester Ground.
2306 ready
Log
for
on
taxi.
status,
Osprey
EGCC.
2306 standby, break, shuttle 3 Mike, contact Manchester Tower now, 118.630, bye bye.
EGCC.
Osprey 2306, you can taxi Lima, hold Lima 1 please.
Lima 1, Osprey 2306.
Hi, free text.
Osprey 773 Whiskey Manchester Ground.
That's the whiskey, guide.
Osprey 773 Whiskey,
Send.
after the company Boeing
Okay,
777
brakes.
turns left onto Papa, you can continue taxi to
Take it down to Papa Kilo Juliet, Juliet
via
1. Got it.
Delta Echo November Charlie.
Taxi and Ultra and allow company to pass on Papa, and it'll be Delta
Hey,
Echo.
there he is.
Charlie,
Out of JFK.
So the whiskey.
Thank you.
Manchester Ground.
That looks fantastic, and we're going to go nose on with him. How
Tango
epic.
November Oscar, Papa Manchester Ground, good afternoon.
Cabin secure from the crew.
Papa, we're a Superjet 100 at ramp 231 with information Delta requesting IFR to Gatwick.
Golf Tango November Oscar, Papa, just report your aircraft type again.
Test. Send.
We are ICAO code Sierra Uniform 905 for Golf Tango November Oscar Papa.
Yeah, wonderful, thank you. I just had a bit of confusion there. Golf Tango November Oscar Papa, you are cleared to London Gatwick, Samba 1 Romeo.
Little flash of the lights for him.
7017, QNH 100.
Look at that. Wonderful.
Golf Tango
Well done,
November
Dylan.
Papa,
That's a great effort, mate. Flying in with one of our jets from JFK overnight. Hope you've enjoyed the little flight as well.
Roger, we're cleared by the Samba 1 Romeo departure.
Devil Badger says just check the Hoppy network and my request isn't coming through.
Golf Tango November Oscar Papa, reback is correct.
Do you reckon my
Break,
Hoppy's
break.
A-class is
Osprey
broken?
2306
Because I've not used it for such a long time.
777 passes right to left on Papa. Follow that aircraft, holding point Juliet 1 via Lima, Papa, Kilo and
Oi,
Juliet.
look at this.
Roger, after
We've got an
company
Osprey
777
sandwich.
passes from left to right from Papa, will follow him
Oh.
until Juliet 1 via Lima, Papa, Kilo and
Retrojet
Juliet.
vibes.
Osprey 94 requesting taxi.
Osprey 904 standby, break.
Roy, welcome, mate.
Osprey 773 Whiskey.
Thanks for subscribing.
Go ahead.
Osprey 773 Whiskey, apologies, you're going to have to hold position. I was unaware that add another Osprey pushing back. Just hold position for me, please, for a couple of seconds.
Alright, no worries. I'll ask you anyway. No problem. We'll hold short. I'll listen to the whiskey.
Roger, Osprey 904, you can taxi to
Got to bring that
holding
nose wheel over
point,
the line.
Juliet 1
I'm
via
trying now to
November
see if I
Charlie,
can log in
Echo,
and refresh
Lima,
my ACARS.
Papa, Kilo and Juliet.
I don't know what my login code is.
Osprey 94, can you please repeat that?
Osprey 904, you can taxi to holding point Juliet 1 via Echo, Lima, Papa, Kilo and Juliet.
Holding point Juliet 1 by Echo, Lima, Papa, Kilo, Juliet.
Round we
Osprey
go.
773 Whiskey, you can continue taxi, just hold Delta 3 for me, please.
Continue and hold the short Delta 3, something whiskey.
Oh, by the way, custom Osprey pen. Click, click.
Osprey 722,
There goes a BA.
taxi, November Charlie,
That's a
hold
very
November
short
Charlie 2.
takeoff. Unless that was a go around, I'm not sure.
Charlie 2, Osprey 722, thanks.
Lee, thank you for trying to sort out the PDC. I reckon my Hoppies has just gone out of date.
Delta 137, are you able push back west onto Golf?
We can do our best.
Delta 330.
Delta
Waiting to
137,
go there.
in that case, hold position, please. Osprey 773 Whiskey, after the other Osprey 777 continues on to Lima, you can continue taxi stand 204, Delta Echo November
Love
Charlie.
this. Osprey takeover.
Continue on after the traffic on Lima to the stand, Osprey 773 whiskey.
So after takeoff is the next checklist, just landing gear and flaps, and they're automatically complete. They will automatically complete basically for us.
Ramp 71 information Delta aircraft type citation CJ4.
We've got 11863, I think, for tower. Let's just double check that. 11863. Yeah, and then nothing else.
Break, Osprey 904, your transponder seems to have disappeared. Just confirm squawk 0313, please.
Transponder, we'll just get that set now. TARA.
and Osprey 157 Alpha. You can contact Manchester Tower now, 118.630. Have a good flight, Luke. Bye-bye.
Tower 118630, thanks for trying the hoppies. I think my thing's out of date. Cheers to the ATC as well. Have a good day.
You too, mate. Bye-bye. Break. Osprey 2306.
1863. Traffic mode on. We'll put the weather radar on as well. Traffic TA only. That's because we are not airborne yet. Send TARA, but it will automatically update when we get wheels off, or weight off wheels. Flight director LNAV VNAV, and we've already done the warning recall. So all the before takeoff checks complete and the departure is being briefed. All the speeds are set. FMC 2, we'll put on legs. And we'll pop that on that view there, that'll do us. Manchester Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 157 Alpha, heavies on Juliet for Juliet 1.
Osprey 157 Alpha, Manchester Tower, hello, by Juliet 1, 240 right to take off.
Well, Juliet 1, 23 right, clear for takeoff, Osprey 157 Alpha heavy.
Manchester Tower, hello, Osprey 2306 on Juliet for Juliet 1.
Look at this, what a remarkable paint scheme.
Roger, hold
Got ourselves ready for the takeoff.
Osprey 2306.
On the first officer side, there are 2 pens. Let me see if I can do a bit of multitasking here. Are they clickable? Yeah, they are. And they're Osprey. Okay, we're clear to line up. Strobes on, runway turn off lights. So we're actually clear to depart as well. So let's get all the lights on. Overhead panel is all checked. We're happy with those. Ready to go. I wish displace. Robert, welcome.
Osprey 2306, time departing, company Boeing 777.
Graham, welcome.
Right behind.
By the company will
Hopefully you're
line
enjoying
up,
Tenerife.
23 right. Osprey
Over the wigwags. Approach is clear. If he's going to stop us now, it'll be now, otherwise airplane's going to have to go around. Again, it looks like we're kind of weaving over the centre line. It's because we don't want to cut the corner. Don't forget how long this aeroplane is. We're trying to keep them centre wheels there along that centre line as best as we can. So again, right turn, we've got to bring that nose wheel almost right to the edge to keep the yellow line in between the belly, the centre of the belly, like this. So it takes a little bit of knack, taxiing really nicely on idle. And then looking ahead, right to the edge, and then full tiller deflection. Oh, Andy, I'm not sure if they did or not actually. Brakes. Okie dokie. Right. So, 40%. Where's that windsock? Beautiful aeroplane. We'll find it in a second. Brakes off. Toga. Speed's alive. Power set. Engine stable. 80 knots. Crosswind. Let's just put a bit of aileron into wind here. Centralising the stick. Ready. Accelerating nicely. Tiny bit of right aileron.
V1.
Rotate. V2. Positive rate, gear up. Oh boy. There she goes. Gotta watch the jet here, because I'm in the middle of hand flying as well. Okay, gears up. Autopilot on. LNAV, VNAV, up to 5. Through flaps 5. Set flap 1. One to 28, thanks to the ATC, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, bye.
Osprey 904. hold.
Wiggle, wiggle, look at that.
Roger that 100 in airport.
I love this aeroplane. They've done such a great job of it. Accelerating through our clean speeds. Let's go flaps up, runway, turn off lights, off, taxi lights, off. That's all good, that's all set. Into the legs page. Away we go. Let's go 1, 2, 2,
306, wind 24 degrees 16.
8. Unicom. Into a bit of cloud. Leveling at 5 there. That's because there's a constraint. Hear that little whistle as well. Stunning. Spooling right down. Masood, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Let's intervene. Press that a few times to clear all the constraints. We'll go back to climb mode. VNAV speed. Transition, standard pressure. High to low, down you go. And it's the opposite for the way up. M6, have a look at my episode 3 tutorial that I've done, and hopefully that'll answer a lot of your questions. You wouldn't just leave the aeroplane on LNAV to intercept an ILS. You want to try and force an intercept between sort of 10 to 25 degrees approximately, but you also need to make sure you've got the right speed. So it may well be that you're trying to establish far too quickly. You need to be establishing, or, on the localizer around flap 5 speed, which is about 180 knots or so. You want flap 5 deployed, and then as you establish, gear down, flap 15, you work through the flow. I've covered all that in a landing tutorial, so do check that out, and hopefully it will help sort that problem out for you, matey. Yeah, displace, it's brilliant, isn't it? I was saying before, it's hard for me to assess landing lights off through 10,000. It's hard for me to assess performance because I've got an RTX 4090, but I did really hope that what I was experiencing, which is performance very similar to the 737 from PMDG, which is really good on performance, I was hoping it would be the same for all of you guys, and it seems that it is, which is awesome. They've blown everybody away with this. With the quality, even the wing flex. Let me just go to, it's an internal sound because the way Microsoft Flight Simulator works. Ben Davis, welcome. But look at that wing flex. Nailed it. Speeding up in the climb now. Almost at 320. Trying to remember my Hoppies login. Oh, okay. It says my accounts. It says, but then it says login code has been remailed. That's weird. I think my accounts has been deactivated literally in the last couple of days. Last seen 27th of the 6th as call sign Osprey 165. So that was this morning. So that says it should be working. Electronic flight bag settings. I can't do much more with that. It suggests it's working. Chasing down a pilot there. Well, at least I've reactivated it anyway. Copy ACARS, active accounts. How do I find my actual login if it's working and valid or not? I don't know. It seems to be working again anyway. Climbing like a homesick angel, this. Yeah, we're going to catch them up, I think, whoever that is. It's an MD-11. She's slow. We've got Greg in front of us, actually. Osprey 5145 in the MD-11. That's who we're catching. Dylan. Yeah, so on landing, the auto throttle there, it says try to throttle up. I had to manually disconnect it and then figure out why the autopilot horn kept blaring at him in the heat of it all, slammed into the ground. That's probably because the auto throttle will give you a slightly higher idle. Look at that. We've actually superseded climb massively by this for the MD-11. So we've actually outclimbed him. Yeah, it might have gone into a go-around mode, or as you've flared a bit too much, so it's then gone, we're going around. You don't really need to flare the 777 that much. In fact, I find that if you hold the pitch on final and you don't really flare at all, ground effect kicks in, and as that auto throttle starts to spool up at about 20-30 feet, it actually settles down on the runway really nicely, and then as the weight on the wheels, you then engage the reversers and it'll disconnect the auto throttle for you, but you leave it all in. Then it says next time try an empty 777 with toga and packs off, you turn into a NASA shuttle. So fun fact, when I was at BA as crew, we used to fly to Abuja and Accra in Nigeria, and it got so dangerous, the risk was so high to the crew for kidnap, murder, all that sort of stuff, that the security review meant that we couldn't get off at those destinations. But obviously it's a long haul flight and we needed crew rest. So what we had to then do is ferry the aircraft to Lagos, and we had to fly the 777 from Accra or Abuja to Lagos for an overnight stay in Lagos, where they'd put on loads of armed security to get us to and from the hotel to protect us. So that 777 was empty. There was 8 crew plus 2 pilots, I think, roughly off the top of my head. No passengers, no cargo, just our crew bags, and the whole thing literally just rocketed into the sky. Yeah, never experienced anything like that. It was quite cool. Captain Stan, yeah, go to flightsim.to and download a what you call it, profile for it, a GSX profile. Yeah, Accra and Abuja. I was on about Abuja's the capital. That's Nigeria, so getting them mixed up. Abuja's Nigeria, Accra is Ghana. Dylan said he's managed to reach a full vertical for a brief second on departure out of pain with an empty delivery aeroplane. Devil Badger, yeah, because they made so much profit on cargo, they didn't want to cancel the routes. So they did a security review and said, yeah, the threat to the crew is quite serious, but if we position them to Lagos and they stay in Lagos with an armed G4S truck to escort them to and from the hotel, and the hotel was a compound, the Sheraton, big compound with armed security, and we couldn't leave until the crew bus with our armed escort took us back to Lagos Airport to fly home. It was an interesting experience, but they were making so much money on cargo that they put this security process in place to keep the route active, because otherwise they would have to cancel the route, which would also impact all of the passengers that were trying to fly to Lagos, to Abuja and Accra. "31,000 feet already, would you look at that?" And there is the MD-11, although we don't have it in model matching. Who's in the MD-11 actually? What's your cruise altitude if you're in the live chat? I think it's Sapper. Yeah, people wanted to rob us all, Liam, and kill us, basically. Because they saw us as rich BA crew, even though I was on 12 grand a year basic. But certainly the captains, on a couple of £100,000, they were at some significant risk. We even had, as part of the thing, we had, it was a guy, I think I've told this story before a few times, but there was a guy called the commander. He came onto the bus and he goes, "I am your commander," and he was stood there with an AK-47 and a beret. And I was like, oh god, where have we flown to? Andy, wow, you used to fly Buenos Aires in the 70s with Lufthansa on a DC-10. He said he made 3 stops on the way, including Dakar, Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, and then eventually Buenos Aires. It took 22 hours. Oof. Greg, what's your cruise? Felipe, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. 350, awesome, perfect. I'm 380 initially, and then when we get out of UK airspace and we go to the weird north-south altitude system for France and Spain, we'll go to 390. Pop those off for now as well, we don't need them. Actually, automatic, they should be off now. Let's have a little look. That's the one. Look at this. I do love this. Seatbelt signs are all in there. There's our custom cabin. And a little Osprey Airways safety card as well. Camp Paulie saying, do you know when the other 777 variants are coming out? No, mate, don't know, unfortunately. It's going to be a little way away, probably. Gav, yep, indeed. You're flying along today as well. Hope you're well. Oh yeah, I was on about it was a specific. It was about 4 months of real political uncertainty and a load of other weird stuff that was happening at the time. I can't remember precisely because it was about 12 years ago now, 13 years ago. But yeah, that was the Abuja, Accra, Lagos story from me for today. If you want any of our liveries, by the way, they're both available to download on flightsim.to now. I love that. It always forgets. He goes, well, hold on, the custom view was all the way back there. Ben was saying, how do you get the external wing views without the windows or pillows being in the way? It would be good to get an option to remove the cabin view like on the Fenix 320. So I fiddled with the files a fair bit, basically. To create my own custom camera config. if people want it, I think I mentioned yesterday I was going to upload it to flightsim.to, but things got in the way and I actually never got round to it, sadly. Where's that little... it shows for us as an MD80, I think it does, or is it an MD80? It might be, or a CRJ. I think it's an MD80 it's showing us below us. There he is. Yeah, it's a Mad Dog, lovely. Close enough. If I do that, it looks like I've fired a missile. Fox 2. Oh, she's stunning. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's always windy in Gran Canaria, Rab. I thought it'd be quite a good one. I loaded in yesterday and I forgot how windy it always is there, and then I saw the wind farms all spinning away crazy. I was like, ah, yeah, last time we flew in here we had mega crosswinds and battering winds. Okay, 380. Annette is our step climb to 39 to go into the Spanish-French odd flight plan stuff. Econ cruise. So we'll change that ourselves shortly, and we can go to constant Mach as this is one of the cool features that Matthew spoke about earlier on, where we can select a constant Mach and then choose a point later on in the flight plan where we want to go to econ speed. So you can see there we've got a variety of speeds that the aeroplane will want to do at certain points. But actually, if we don't want to do any of those, I'll just try and work out a final waypoint. Samar is 143 miles, max 240 at Soru for Semaphore Delta. Right, so up to Samar. Let me show you guys how to do this then. So we're going to go Mach decimal 84 slash to enter a constant Mach number all the way through the flight to Samar, and we're going to go econ slash Samar execute. And now it's going to recalculate everything. Bing, Mach 84 all the way, constant Mach. Really cool feature. Kimmy, that's awesome. In real life. Quite an early speed reduction into Gran Canaria as well, actually. Say, well, early, I suppose it's not actually, because it's 20 miles. 20 miles plus 6, plus 9, plus another 9, plus 6, over the field, but we'll vector ourselves. Cool. Dylan, because you need to have the 777 liveries installed. That's all, it's just a model matching thing. There's a reminder of our raffle to win the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke that I've got. That will be given away. Matthew, good question there. So if you remember at the start of the year, was it the start of this year? I think it was January, wasn't it? The Japan Airlines A350. Really sad incident, but that shows you how fantastic the construction of that aircraft is, because nobody died. Everybody survived that incident, and it was able to kind of... the airframe was able to stay structurally safe long enough to get everybody off. I think, sadly, if it was America, people were ignorant enough to then try and grab all their cabin bags and things, whereas Japan, as a culture, we said it at the time, Japan as a culture is so respectful, mutually respectful of one another. They take things like that quite seriously. They're used to like disaster drills anyway because of earthquakes. It's in the Ring of Fire, quite a significant earthquake zone, Japan. So they're pretty well rehearsed at dealing with incidents that are life-threatening in a way anyway, through earthquakes and things. But this is something that no one ever expects to happen naturally. But they've all got off the aeroplane without taking all of their suitcases from the overhead locker or any of that nonsense, which would have killed people. Sadly, I think if it was America, people are stupid and they all think for themselves. Same within the UK as well, and most of Europe. Let's face it, our culture is pretty awful these days. Everybody's in it for themselves, and people will probably end up being selfish. They'll take their cabin bag, even though there's something significant like that, and it will result in a couple of people behind them dying. But as long as they've got their iPad, they're okay. That doesn't happen in Japan. Those of you who have visited Japan, it's one of the most incredible cultures I've ever experienced, and they are really, really nice as a people. Incredibly respectful. They've got beautiful traditions as well that they've kept alive even today, and that's why they all survived. The aircraft's construction, but also the culture and the selfless nature of those people. It's really interesting when you compare. Certainly if you ever get a chance, folks, to visit Japan, I can really, I can genuinely recommend it. I've been dreaming of going back there for a little while. I was meant to go, those of you who've been following the channel for a couple of years, we were meant to go to Japan a couple of years ago for my other half's 30th, but COVID scuppered that problem, or scuppered that, we couldn't go, sadly. We had to cancel it. So we're looking at going back again soon, but it is incredibly expensive as a tourist to go and visit that country. But Tokyo is just remarkable. I went for 3 years when I was cabin crew. I used to bid for it every single month, and I would visit Japan on average about 2 or 3 times a month. I just fell in love with the place. It's just stunning. And providing you actually decide, you actually take it upon yourself to understand the culture and try and understand their way of life, and show that you've actually tried to learn a little bit of it as well. So little things like when you pass your passport control in Japan, you hand it with 2 hands. It's a sign of respect, and they will then give it back to you with 2 hands. And that's one of the little tiny cultural things that they do, which I really like. Little nods to each other and things like that, depending on the conversation. And their customer service is just like nothing else. It is. Well, I love that place. It's such an awesome country. But then you come back to like the UK, and you think, how are we getting it so wrong? If you tip over in Japan, it's incredibly offensive. For example, like horrendously expensive. It's almost horrendously offensive. It's almost like you've spat in their face. And again, if you take the time to learn the culture over there, they actually respect you more for it. Even like, I would try and learn 1 or 2 words. So as I was out there, I'd be able to converse in a bit of broken English with them, but I would also be able to say 1 or 2 things in Japanese, and it would blow their mind, and they would be so appreciative of the fact that I've tried, even if I'm not getting the pronunciation quite right. But the fact that I've tried, they loved it. I'd live there if I could. Japan and Mauritius are my 2 favourite countries in the world. They are spectacular. But I also love San Diego. San Diego is stunning. Yeah, we're good at queuing. We're good at queuing, and we're good at moaning about the weather, Big Johnson. When it's too hot, we moan it's too hot. And in the winter, when it's too cold, we moan that it's too cold. There's no happy medium for us. And if you try and drive around London, everybody's in everybody's way. Nobody wants to wait for each other. Not quite, Peyton. If you actually, when it comes to eating a meal in Japan, if you like we would do here and in America, you would clear your plate, wouldn't you? You'd finish your meal. In Japan, if you finish your meal, it says to them that you're not completely content, and you're actually still a little bit hungry. So that the inference there would be that they would offer you some more food, because you've eaten all of your plate, you must still be hungry still. So what you would do is you would leave a little bit at the end. And then they would, that part of that, it'd be, they're satisfied, they've had a good meal. They haven't quite finished it all, but they've almost finished it all. There are all these little nuances. It's so stunning. Their culture is beautiful. Rito! Hello, welcome. Yeah, aviation incidents in general, a lot less frequent, but when they do happen, sadly, they are more severe. But the construction of a lot of these aeroplanes now is so solid. Crew training, equipment, all a lot better. The chance of malfunctions a lot less. You know, back in the years ago, do you remember when the A340 got released and it was to compete with the 747 and it was 4 engines, 4 long haul, for example. Whereas now, 2 engines are so reliable, with the ETOPS certification, you can hop over the Atlantic comfortably in a big twin jet like this. G'day, Massive Simulations, evening to you. I'm very loosely in the industry now, Matthew. I was not really in the aviation industry, really. I just work at the airport. Flying to Boston out of Houston. Dylan says there was a hockey team or something. About 70% of the bins were loaded already because of that team, and lots of people had to wait like 30 minutes late. Oof. MJ, absolutely, yeah. In Japan, it's all about mutual respect for your fellow human beings, your fellow citizens. You know, if you like, the trains are always on time, their customer service, but also their public transport is impeccable. But if you delay the train, if you do something which causes a delay of some sort to the train service that you are taking, guess what? You are liable for every single person on that train. That's how it is in Japan. So if you cause a delay on that train, you are financially liable to the train company for delaying their train, but also to every other person on that train. So if somebody misses a meeting, somebody misses a flight, and it costs them, for example, 10,000 yen or 100,000 yen, you're liable to pay that in Japan. Rito, that's great to hear. Thank you. I love Brazil. I've been to Rio de Janeiro a few times and it's stunning. It's so good. Axel says, why is the graphics in the 777 so blurry? It's probably because you're watching the stream in like 144p. Have a look at your stream settings on YouTube and uprate the power of the stream to like 1080p or 2K if your internet allows it. It's pretty. That's probably the reason. 100% MJ, yeah, says Japan, it's about being proud at what you know. It's about being proud of what you do, no matter what job you have. Yeah, absolutely. In school in Japan, it's great. We're talking about this. It's so deep. In school in Japan, you know, I remember going to school here in the UK, and I had my little milk in primary school. I had my milk break and all of that sort of stuff, but there wasn't any cleaning up or anything. The cleaners did that, or the teachers would clean up the classroom at the end of the day, for example. In Japan, the children clean up the classroom at the end of every day. And it teaches them early to look after the things around them. So you'll go around Japan, and they'll take that into their adulthood, and you'll go around Japan, you'll visit, you know, Tokyo, wherever else, Kyoto and all the rest of it. You will not see chewing gum on the street, you won't really see graffiti anywhere. Everything is pristine. Well, I could talk about culture in Japan for hours. I love it. I've tried so many times to learn their language, and actually it's pretty tough. So I end up only knowing a couple of words, like thank you and okay, and that sort of thing, and hello. What was I going to do? I was going to look at my Simbury flight plan, wasn't I? Because I want to know when my step climb is. I think it is coming up. Annette. Yes, Annette is there. So we've got to now go into the France-Spain stuff, which is odd flight levels to go south. So for those of you who don't know, most of the world will operate in like this. You draw a circle and you've got northeast, southwest. Going in our direction, which is kind of west, 181 degrees all the way around to 359 degrees, you fly even flight levels. And if you're going from 0 degrees to 180 degrees, you go and fly odd flight levels. But if you're in Spain or France, if you're flying north, you fly even flight levels. If you're flying south, you fly odd flight levels. So France and Spain have got to be different. They're completely different to most of the rest of the world. And because of that, as we pass waypoint Anet, we have to now go into odd flight level instead. So we're going to go VNAV, cruise 390. We're just going to rebox that. And 15 Z, GCLP, no step climb recommended, that's fine. Mauho, thank you, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, Flocala there, yeah, saying, yeah, during the World Cup it was, wasn't it, I think. You're right there. Saying that they will also clean up in stadiums after matches and things. 390. That's ready. Just going to climb up now. Boink. And that, Mike, was, he was saying there that, everybody was amazed when the Japan fans at the last World Cup stayed behind after the games to clear up in the stadiums. That is just their culture. All of them across Japan take an active interest in looking after their nation, and it's a shame we don't have that in, quotes, the West. Oh, I don't know, David, maybe I've got it wrong. I was faffing around with the MD-11 until about an hour prior to stream, so I was in a little bit of a rush getting it all set up. So that's what SimBrief gave me anyway. OSIP to 380 and it's onto odds. Because this first element we were going east. Oh, look at that, coffin corner. That is very tight. And now we need to rebox this. Because it doesn't want Mach 8.4. Where is Mach 8.4? Oh, it's there. Let's rebox it. So we're going to go decimal 84 slash down to Samar. Econ is there already. We'll re-execute that. So Anet with a constant Mach of 8.4. Interestingly, it's not done those though that time. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there is that as well, Chad. It is a very kind of internally, it's a introverted nation. Like you're saying there, you'll never be properly accepted as a Japanese person, even if you've got a Japanese passport as a Westerner. And a lot of the time, they are overly polite and it gets a bit tedious. But I personally love it. But then I wasn't staying there permanently for a very long time, which probably helps. I was doing a week there, or 5 days there, then flying home for a few weeks and all that kind of stuff. Proly Boots is saying, what is your opinion of doing time warp? Well, if that's the only way you can get a long haul flight completed, then why not? Sean, I think you're right. Max is 385 there, isn't it? And we're just tickling above it. So we've pushed the jet a little bit. Recommend 370. But actually, to be fair, my flight plan in SimBrief does say 370 for this bit. So let's respect the jet and let's set 370. So we're going to go 370 vertical speed mode. Just a gentle 800 foot per minute should do us. And that is our ATC flight plan anyway, to be fair, and it flight level 370. Good spot, Sean. Should have checked that. And I did see, actually, you said at the start and further up in the chat, but I was getting sidetracked by other questions. That'll do. We'll go to 1200 foot per minute. We'll do 37 for a bit, and then it should recommend a step climb to 390 later. And there we go. Because we've gone back towards, well, we've gone back below our maximum cruise. It's gone back to our constant Mach. Yeah, good spot. That's pretty cool. Shows the aeroplane actually dynamically thinking as well. So we've ended up going above maximum cruise by 500 feet accidentally, and you can see how the aeroplane was responding to that. And it shows they've actually coded that in. Three 7's coming up. Let's just gently wind it. 500 foot per minute should do us. Just to smooth out the last bit. Aaron, no worries, mate. Echo Base says, love Japan. Me too. Had a couple of long stays many years ago, but as a Westerner would not live there. Fair enough. I think your stays have been a lot longer than mine, whereas like I said, I've done about 5 days to 7 days maximum. Whereas I think if you were staying there for about 3 months, it might be a bit different. I do wonder if that's what it's like in Australia. Australia woos me. It really woos me. But I do wonder, because I've never visited, if I would get there and go, I can't get on here. Why am I at 255? Go back to VNAV speed. Ah, it's because I was in vertical speed mode. Oh, my goodness. You can tell it's been a busy week. I'm making all sorts of silly little mistakes today that I wasn't making yesterday. Aaron Nice saying, can't sing Melbourne's praises enough. It's one of his favourite cities on earth. I do want to go at some point, just to experience it, because it's so far away. And then I think I'll probably get there and go, well, now I want to go to New Zealand as well. And I'd end up kind of having a little look at Auckland and Christchurch. And then I would want to book a flight to Queenstown, just to be like, well, I've been there. Let's see, get a nice little screenshot here. What have we got? Oh yes, mighty jet. Got our little Wi-Fi SATCOM dome on the top there on the aircraft fuselage as well. Ah, Mickey, epic. Well, nice one getting your license, mate. That's a great achievement. And he says he's got some more tales from the 1970s. Says his dad worked for Lufthansa, once did a deal with Aeroflot. He got on the plane to fly a new route with them. The Russian pilots had just necked a few vodkas on the tarmac. Oh my god. I'm sure that still happens now, to be fair. Ben says, when I program my cruise altitude for the 777, I will look at the legs page and it almost always wants to climb all the way to flight level 410. What do you mean? And what sort of, are you doing long haul flights? Chad, nice. ATR 72, great bit of fun that. Low and slow. Matthew, no, it's auto speed. It's got an auto thrust and a nice VNAV system that works really well. Right, let's have a look at Volanta. See how we're all getting on. So there's our departure out of Manchester with our little kink turn that we did for that departure routing on the Cookson 1 Romeo. And from there, working out through to Cookson, and then down over Shropshire, passing over the edge of Newport, between Newport and Bristol, and then out over the coast there. And we are now almost, well, we're in French airspace. We've got Greg in front. He's in the MD-11F, which we are going to be enjoying tomorrow for a pre-launch preview of version 1. Live on the channel. Definitely don't want to miss that. It's going to be quite cool. A lot of people waiting for that aeroplane as well, and we're going to show what it can and can't do and go for a full flight. We're going to go Amsterdam to the new version 2 Keflavik from MK Studios tomorrow, but no liveries work. We've only got the house livery, which is this one here that you can see on your screens. So we'll be flying this tomorrow. Big old tri-jet whopper. Look at that. Dirty girl. Sapper, I was meant to ask actually, Greg, have you been able to actually get the doors to open? Because I can't get any of the doors to open. There's Zato with that beautiful retro livery. It's absolutely stunning. That's a great picture. You should submit that to the Threshold competition on their Discord server. There's a Tomjet there as well. Tomjet 7 Lima Tango. It's gone out of Manchester. Liam's behind. Osprey 904. Oh, he's going for the sunset again. You love that. Absolute corker. God, so bright. My eyes. And we got Gav. He's in the Osprey 777 as well. Love it. We are moving. We are hauling thousands of people down to Gran Canaria today. And we've got someone further up as well. There he is. No, that's not him. There he is. Badger. Osprey 919. And I think we've got Kari Moon. Right up ahead. Miles ahead. We did have somebody else who I'm trying to locate. Was he flying to Athens actually? He might have been flying to Athens or something. Where's Potato Fredo? Can't see him. I don't know where he's gone. Yuki-sim, welcome mate. Thanks for joining us. Bronze frequent flyer. Good to have you on board. Paint skin wise, Mao asking there what do we use. I think Tapsy uses Photoshop. I'm not sure what Zato uses, but they're the guys that are doing the paint schemes really for us at the moment for these jets. participating there saying, yes, I'll put flight level 300 into his FMC. It says flight level 300 on the flight plan on sim brief and the perf page, but in the legs page it wants to climb higher. It might be that you've just missed one setting somewhere. Or you've... Actually, you know what it might be? Where you've not imported in here. I can't show it you now because we've already departed. Oh, there we go, perf in it. You got to make sure that you know it says accept or reject when you import your flight plan. You want to make sure you accept the data and then change your cruise altitude, because it will then it might change to the maximum, like 410 or something. But then also check in here in your cruise page to make sure your cruise alt says 370 or 310 or whatever it might be that you want. But what did it say in VNav for step climb? Step at in 610 nautical miles. Oh, awesome. We shall do that then. The 610 nautical miles, we will step climb to 390. LTC Centre, that's London, that doesn't help us. It's going to be Unicom most of the way again. So yet again, we're not going to be able to fiddle around with the data link properly. It's always the way, isn't it? Best plans always fall apart. Quite a crosswind as well, 61 knots at the moment. Greg says, looking forward to the MD-11 freighter Osprey World Cargo colours. Hopefully it'll be as I've charmingly put it, a dirty girl. Makes it sound so bad. Oh, long, yeah, it's, I'm loving it, Chris. You have to tear me out of this thing, it's wonderful. Aaron, yeah, so before the stream started today, I took the MD-11 for a little flight just to sort of get a bit of a feel for it, and beyond a bit of user error, which is, you know, my problem, is that's my bad, that's learning to be done with the MD-11, it has got some weird quirks and it's not particularly smooth, so I found it was a bit quirky and a bit weird on the LNAV and VNav elements. You have to really watch it because it did some weird stuff. Can't quite work out the takeoff flow either. I thought it'd be very similar to the Mad Dog, but it didn't seem to actually be the Mad Dog process. I don't know. But there's a lot to learn with it. It's not like other things that I've flown. Even it's not particularly similar to the Mad Dog either, the MD-80, bizarrely. Yeah, version 1 is coming on the 2nd of July. That's what we're going to preview tomorrow. But similarly, they're going to have to continue to work on it and offer a whole lot of updates because it isn't completely perfect. Yeah, PMDG have just waited and waited. Yeah, if we were to compare this to the MD-11, PMDG have got their head down, they've knuckled down and got on with trying to make the aeroplane as good as physically possible prior to release, and then they've just released it, whereas TFDI Designs have got it to a state where they think, yeah, you know what, it's not perfect, we're ready for it to be released though, and we'll continue to fix it and improve things. It's a slightly different methodology. Smooth flying, how are you doing? Yeah, G90s are an absolute whopper, aren't they? Love them. Yeah, tomorrow should be good fun. We're going to go and have a look at that new MK Studios version 2 Keflavik scenery as well, over in Reykjavik in Iceland, so it'll be quite cool to go and see what that looks like and compare it against version 1. We've not been to that part of the world for a long time in the sim, so I thought we'll run the MD-11 out there. So we'll have a look at that as a preview, but we'll also go and look at some new scenery as well. It's a bit of a double whammy. Out of Amsterdam, which is always good. Yeah, the GE9X, that's the engine option for the 777X, isn't it, Rab? That's horrendously big, isn't it? Greg, thank you. Takeoff flow is different. Hit auto flight, then autopilot, then when you're ready, hit click. Okay, so that's I think where I've gone wrong with the departure when I was fiddling around earlier. I hit auto flight, but I didn't select FMS speed again until we're back in the air. So that makes sense. Because I hadn't noticed that had gone off. So auto flight. And that's all on the takeoff run. FMS speed, nav and prof. There's the specs for you, Hartsfield Jackson. Yes, Quirky Jet Andy. What I quite liked about it when I was fiddling around earlier on was it's a little bit Boeing, it's a little bit Airbus, and it's also a bit Mad Dog as well. So it's got this really quirky, crazy blend of different manufacturers all getting stitched into one aeroplane. So it's a little bit Airbus A300, it's a little bit 737, and it's a little bit MD-80. It's pretty cool. I think at the state that it's in, they've done a good job, but there are elements of it that you've got to watch. That's all. I think currently smooth flying. This is the best aircraft that's ever been released in flight sim. Currently. Aaron says he's excited for the Fokker F70 and F100. It'd be good to finally have those more modern regional jets available from Just Flight. And speaking of whom, the other day they put a update for their Avro RJ onto their Facebook page. It looks really, really good. Really, really good. So we're looking forward to having a look at that at some point in the future, but there's still no release schedule for that aeroplane yet. Oh, weird. That was the flow that I used then, Greg. Yeah, the Snaptic A220 is going to be payware now, isn't it, I think, from what I understand? Mauho. Got 10 more days to enter that raffle, by the way, and then we'll end up drawing the winner. Let's have a quick look to see how many raffle tickets have been sold. Not many. I checked yesterday actually, no more had actually been picked up. Yeah. Wow. So it ends 7th of July at 1 o'clock. 5% of it going to a service animal charity in the UK. And we've currently got only 6 entrants. So there's a pretty good chance of winning. Smooth flying, you've got to click the link further up in the live chat there. There's a Nightbot thing. And you just got to click that. And then it's £10 a ticket. Some of the money goes to charity. The rest of it helps me kind of cover the cost of delivery and things like that for people in the UK and all that sort of thing. And it is my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke that is up for grabs. Paul Parker, hello in India. I did respond to that a second ago though. You're saying there that you've been slightly underwhelmed by the sounds in the PMDG he has, Paul has. Maybe it's realistic as you sit farther away from the engines but less immersive in the sim. Well, if anything it should be more immersive because it's more realistic, but I get people, I've said before haven't I, as a bit of a quip. If we all liked the same music then we'd all be listening to Taylor Swift. But we don't. Oh yeah. Bloody hell. That's why. There you go. That's the raffle link. I've just put it in the live chat. Old Nightbots trimmed the last letter off. Let me fix that. How did that not get picked up the other day? Timers. Edit. Wow. Yeah. Okay, right, there we go. I've changed that now. Aaron, I know. About to get cancelled by the Swifty. They are like a militant cult, aren't they? Actually crazy. Billions of them are going to descend upon Oxfordshire with torches and pitchforks, blaring out. Quickly just going to Spotify to find some music with Taylor Swift's name on it. Can't see it. Blasting out one of the Taylor Swift songs. You can tell I'm not a fan. I think she's immensely talented. Oh, well, there we go. Well, that explains why nobody has been buying the raffle tickets over the last couple of days. Because the whole time... Yeah, the whole time it's put the wrong chuffing thing on it. Right, there you go. I'm going to pin that. So it's somewhere that you guys can access at least. Can a mini PC run Microsoft Flight Simulator? Probably not. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I like some of them. Well, actually, to be fair, some of the music is quite catchy. But this it proves my point. Not everybody likes Taylor Swift. So it's the same with the sounds in all of the aeroplanes we enjoy in Microsoft Flight Simulator, isn't it? The PMDG 777, I think, and I've spoke about it before, having spent a lot of time sat in the cabin near the engines, roughly about here actually, on the 777-300 with G90. Operated as crew, walking up and down the aircraft for 3 years, sitting in that jump seat there and all the other jump seats around the aircraft, and spending a lot of time jump seating in that very seat there, flying into Rio de Janeiro and all that kind of stuff. That, for me, brings back a lot of memories, part and parcel of this whole add-on. So for me, I think it's bang on, and it's as I remember it. But I appreciate some people in Flight Sim want more noise. They want more engine buzz and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, actually that's a good point, Aaron. So, point in principle actually there, the Boris audio pack for the CRJ, that is almost silent because the engines are right at the back of the aeroplane, but he's done that perfectly accurate, yet he's then been criticised because he's created an almost silent CRJ. But in real life it almost is. You get the wind noise, you hear a little bit of thing from the engine, but you're not going to hear very much because they're so far away, certainly in the bigger ones. And he's replicated that wonderfully in his Boris Audio Works CRJ pack. But then he found that people were giving him 1-star reviews because it wasn't loud enough. You can't win in flight sim. Some people celebrate the fact that the sounds have been done perfectly, really, really well. Some people go, it's not loud enough, because some people want to be deafened by the engines. They want to hear the roar, the buzz, the bass. When in real life, pilots don't want that, and all that kind of stuff. JJ, fair enough. My suggestion would be to then go and help them create newer sounds, better sounds. If you've got all that experience as an audio engineer as well, if you've got the time, see if you can do something to assist them, or create an audio pack that will overwrite it, for example, and then sell it on Sim Market for £5. Best of both worlds. Although I wouldn't know where to begin with that. Yeah, most people are comparing the sounds sitting in like this seat or sitting in this seat. 99% of us will not know what it sounds like here unless we've been cabin crew like myself and I've had the honour of sitting in that seat there, or you've been a 777 pilot in a 300, because the 200 will sound very different. Chad, I've tried 3 times to get my PPL, mate. Ooh, big old contrail there. But I've run out of money 3 times. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Awesome. Got a little crossover there. Justin, have a good night, mate. That is Air France 770, and he's off to TFFR from Paris-Orly in the 777-300ER, funnily enough. Halfway over the Bay of Biscay now, making some good progress. Now I've tried, Chad. The problem is I can't use channel funds to actually get my PPL. So when I get super chats and things, I go and do my PPL. I've still got to do tax returns. I manage the channel very, very carefully because we still have to pay tax, and I make sure that I pay everything that's due of me, basically. But I pay 40% tax of all of the stuff that I earn from the channel, which wipes out most of the earnings, as I'm sure you can imagine. But the way HMRC work in the UK, you can't use, so I wouldn't be able to do flying training and then offset that as an expense against the channel, if that makes sense. So I would have to still pay out of my own funds to do the flying training, and I just can't afford to do that. Never will be able to now, really. I've tried 3 times, run out of money 3 times, and I've just given up. Willie Canuck, good to see you, mate. How are you? Are you have you got the 777? How are you finding it? Curious to hear your thoughts. Well, that doesn't sound good though. Most hellish work week he's had in a long time. I've still got 2 days left, 2 days off left before I go back to work. I've had a really nice 2 weeks off, which has been much needed, and it's allowed me to spend a bit of time with all of you guys wherever you are in the world and cover this wonderful 777. Enigma, no, so that's the thing. Actually, the HMRC rules mean that you can't. Because even if you videoed the entire journey to get your PPL, in the UK, the rules around tax mean that you can't. HMRC will see that as a personal skill and an improvement of a skill set that you have, not as a business thing. So you can't. Yeah, it doesn't work, and I would risk myself getting into a lot of trouble doing it. So yeah, don't worry. I've explored all of those options, but hit a roadblock every time. So it's just not worth risking, really. Willie Canuck says he's not had the pleasure yet. Far too busy, but from what he's seen, it looks like a fantastic model. It's, mate, honestly, it's, it's spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. And when we had our stream yesterday, Willie, we were having a little look at the VATSIM stats, and over 850 777-300ERs were connected at any one time during the stream yesterday. Is insane. They're smashing all kinds of records with this. And even today, if we go on to Volanta, I mean, look at that, it's just beautiful, it's perfect. If we go to Volanta now, and I go to filter, add new filter, aircraft, E77 whiskey, add filter. All of these are 777-300s on VATSIM, and Volanta is a bit of a mix. SaltSim, thanks mate, welcome aboard, joining us as a bronze frequent flyer. And even Dubai, right, so we were discussing this yesterday, let's see how busy it is. Look at that, it's an entire chain of aeroplanes still, that hasn't stopped. So yesterday Dubai had ATC on permanently, and look at that, it's just as busy again. That is incredible. Almost the entirety of Dubai Airport on the south side is full, every stand. This is unprecedented levels of traffic on VATSIM with the same aircraft type. Athens has got a couple of aeroplanes there. Look at that. It's Toronto, isn't it? Athens to Toronto. Zurich to Athens. Athens to Istanbul. There's another Zurich to Athens. A little bit of love there. That's good. And then we've got... Let me get rid of this weather. How do I get rid of the weather? There we go. That's better. We can actually see. Heathrow was busy yesterday with 777s. Terminal 5 looking rammed again. People literally spawning on top of each other. Look. And it was the same in Spain. I mean, look at that over the Atlantic Ocean, that across the pond. It's like a human centipede of 777s. All flying into Boston and JFK. It's starting to get busy already. I wonder if Everett's still rammed. Oh my, yeah. Still got a load of people spawning in and doing delivery flights. This is great. I don't think anyone, even PMDG, ever foresaw this having such a response, having such an impact. It's remarkable. Look at that. It's all 777-300ERs. And if we remove that, there's only a few more that get added by removing the filters to include everything. As Willie Canuck there saying, it's a new era for our community for sure. We said the same yesterday. Never known it being this big, this busy, this popular. It's some mad acceleration. It's unprecedented, isn't it? They've properly set history, made history with this. I think it's just remarkable. Chad says video ideas: get the 777 and then do a first flight to Barra. On VATSIM right now, there are 821 Boeing 777-300ERs connected to the network, including us. We are one of them. And combined, Zato says, there are 2,662 777s on Volanta and VATSIM combined. That's incredible. It's actually remarkable, isn't it, when you put those kind of things in into perspective against the real aeroplane as well. It's pretty cool. This is the best aeroplane that I've flown in Microsoft Flight Simulator by a long shot. It's just stunning. I'm absolutely loving this. It's everything I hoped for. I wanted something big, heavy. I wanted it to feel like a big, heavy jet as well, capable of everything. And I think they've nailed the time acceleration with the auto cruise. It's just stunning. I love it. It's brilliant. Doc says Fly-by-Wire have just released custom FMS version 2 for the A32NX. That's some big news as well. Nice. Salt Sim, crikey. Bought the 777, got a little bit frustrated with the throttle on the TCA Airbus pack, so he's gone and bought the full Boeing pack. It's delivered on Monday. Be very careful with their Boeing yoke, because I've had mine now for, in a couple of days, a whole year, and it's already starting to break. And a lot of people on the forums now finding that their Boeing TCA has started to break as well. And some people have actually taken the Allen key bolts out to go inside of it to move a bit of tape that's causing a bit of a problem, like the problem we have, which I do need to try actually. But when they've gone into it, they found the build quality is shockingly poor, really cheap inside. So just be warned, you might be spending a lot of money on a Thrustmaster product which is actually pretty cheaply made, sadly. We need more competition, better competition in hardware. Yeah, got a lot of love for the Fly-by-Wire team. Spent a lot of time, spent 2 years as a QA tester for them back in the early days of the A32NX. Really stunning. Love it. Love all the work they do. Such a Herculean effort as well. Really looking forward to that A380 when it arrives at some point in the future. I'd love to see a Winwing Boeing style yoke Awesome Pigeon, wouldn't you? I would buy that as well, definitely. Big plane doing big things in the flight sim community miles, absolutely. And JJ saying, where is it breaking? Mine has been great. So apparently, can't really demonstrate it in flight because it will cause issues, but if I push forwards on the yoke, something internally catches on the wire that controls the aileron sensor, and it then starts to spasm the aileron left and right. And it's a really widely reported issue that's started to bubble up over the last couple of months. More and more people finding that at about a year it's all starting to break. Oddly enough, including mine. In was it 27th? In 6 days my warranty expires. To just give you an idea of the perspective of the timing of how, when this is breaking. Ashley's posted the changelog in the club lounge for the Fly-by-Wire A32NX. Let me have a little look, mate. We're thrilled to announce the release of our entirely custom Fly-by-Wire Simulations FMS version 2 for the A32NX into the development version of the aircraft. This update is packed with some long-awaited features, including missed approach capability, alternate flight plan capability with an initial implementation of that, improved logic and handling of FMS routing, enhanced logic for constraints and speed altitude restrictions, and stars with multiple initial approach fixes stringed together correctly. While the RMP RNAV vertical aspect is not yet available with this update, FMS version 2 sets the stage for its future implementation alongside our other planned features. Update now. There you go, Fly-by-Wire A32NX, folks. That's just been propelled into a whole nother level as well. This community is on fire. There are some brilliant people making some really brilliant stuff now. Nice. JT on Sky Blue Radio giving away 2 PMDG 777-300ERs on his broadcast tomorrow, 5 PM Mountain Time. What's that in UTC? Also, which mountain? Miles easy. Which is going to be my preferred bird for the next Cross the Pond event? 777-300. I'm not confident for the FSS 727 Awesome Pigeon. I hope they prove me wrong, but I've been woefully underwhelmed. Not impressed at all with the E-Jets. 2 years, very little improvement. It's pretty crap. Really disappointing. It's not good enough, really. And then they've gone, oh, we haven't finished this plane yet, but here's a 727. I think it's pretty poor. Get the planes you've got out right first. That's my opinion. So they're going to have to prove me wrong and show that the 727 is actually half decent, because the E-Jets are crap. Let's be honest. I can't really dress it up any other way. They are so bad. There's been such little progression. It's just not. It's poor. It's really poor. And they're spreading themselves thinner and thinner. They've got half of FSS helping Aerosoft make the A330. They've now got a load of people working on the 727. They've got people trying to sort out the E-Jets, but they're making next to no progress. And God knows what else they're dabbling in. But it's just 2 years of an early access. Yeah, it's just poor. I'm finding myself getting more and more frustrated with companies like that, FSS. I think they're just looking at people going, looking at us as a community and going, ah, you know what, we can make some more money here, let's just release another plane. And they know a couple of thousand people will throw $30, $40, $50 at them. I think they're just trying to take us for a bit of a ride, perhaps. I don't know. It's frustrating and disappointing. Yeah, same as my opinion's the same there, Willie, as well. Yeah, really exciting to hear Bluebird Simulations at FS Expo talking about their 757 and the progress updates with that. But they're a new developer that hasn't actually released a single aeroplane yet. They're doing a lot of talking, and they've been doing a bit of showing as well recently. And about a year ago, they said that we were also going to work on the 767. But then they've turned around at FS Expo and said, oh, by the way, here's a surprise. We're releasing the Dreamliner. You haven't even released the 757 yet. And I sat there thinking to myself, you've not even released your flagship 757, and we're now announcing your third aeroplane. What are they doing? I'm just scratching my head with a bit of confusion. I just don't get it, unless I'm really missing the point. And I might be. You guys might have a completely different opinion. Let us know in the live chat. I don't get what some of these companies are doing. I think they're just seeing us all as dollar signs rather than working with us as a community. So some of these developers, like PMDG, Phoenix as well. Let's face it, they're pretty community orientated. They're working really hard at making the products they've got very good, without overextending and over-promising stuff. But then you've got developers like FSS who are just taking this for a bit of a money ride, and you've got Bluebird that haven't developed and released one aeroplane, but they've just announced the third aeroplane. Such a wide scale. Personally, I would prefer them to just crack on with the 787 secretly in the background without anybody knowing, and then when they release their 757, nail it, smash it, blow everyone away with how good it is, prove how good Bluebird Simulations is with the 757, and then announce the 787. That's my personal opinion. That's how I would have done it. Certainly as a new company. You've not heard anything about the Phoenix A319 or A321 for a little while, have we, Aaron, actually? And like you, I'm really, really excited for that. Specifically the A321. That's the one I'm really looking forward to. Indrajit, thanks for subscribing, welcome. Awesome pigeon, but you might be waiting like 6 or so months though. Yeah, Just Flight, again, same. They work away really hard at some of their aeroplanes. They get them released and then they support them with a couple of patches once they're in the real world, and then they work on some new planes. Bernie, welcome matey. Which pen? We've got 3. There's one. Little Osprey pen. And then we've got 2 more there. Very shiny lids. Fair enough, pigeon. Now that's the nice thing with this, because you can wait for the variant that you want with the 777. Yeah, that's crazy as well, does too. I really don't get it. Honeycomb made an appearance at FS Expo as if everything's fine, and then all of a sudden they've announced that the Charlie rudder pedals are in production, as if we should all forget the absolute chaos over the last couple of years, and people losing money and not having refunds given back to them, and all sorts of corporate infighting between the real owner of Honeycomb and the person who thinks he owns Honeycomb. It's just a mess, and I'm thinking, how on earth can you show your face at FS Expo and pretend everything's fine? Vincent, welcome aboard. Ron, I think you're asking about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 there. I think. But yeah, we've been told by a Sobo, but we still don't really know until it actually arrives. But we've been told by a Sobo that it should work. All of the add-ons that we're enjoying in Microsoft Flight Simulator should port across to MSFS 2024 fairly easily. But that's the thing though, at FS Expo, everybody would have probably celebrated the fact Honeycomb were there, whereas in reality, the second they hit the stage, people should have been booing and making it really evident that they have messed up and it's not good enough, and they have abused the trust of a lot of people in the community, some of whom, many hundreds of people actually in fact, have lost hard-earned cash to that absolute nonsense that happened last year. It's just not right, and I get frustrated with it because we spoke quite vividly about it when it was all kicking off. We did a little bit of research, worked with Threshold as well, who did a really good news story on it in the end, and dug up loads of stuff about Honeycomb and the weird shady structure of the company with Snakebite Asia and all the rest of it. Just bizarre. Yeah, they're pretending all the legal stuff's sorted out. But if you remember about 4 months ago, that happened in a post. And then there was another post saying that it's not because the other person was still disagreeing. It's just a mess. Yeah, Zach, that's what FS Expo should be for. You know, companies that have shown complete contempt for the community should be held to account at things like FS Expo. But unfortunately, at things like that, if you pay the money, then you get the stage. Ian, welcome, eh? British Amp Geek Investigates, coming soon to Channel 4. Is the 777 worth it, Jake? 100%. It is remarkably good. Sig. He was away from keyboard for a while. When he got back, he got pilot response warning for the crew alertness system that is there, screaming away in the cockpit. Is there any way to turn it off? Yeah, a booth is about $10,000, David. Quite a lot. Greek Patriot, Kalispera. Oh, I love Greece. Wonderful country. There's our little step climb indication coming up in about 300 nautical miles. And I'm intentionally trying not to click anything because I want to see if... Oh, actually, I don't think we have it switched on, do we? Let me check. How did you set up? Aircraft, equipment. Crew alertness monitor, yes. We haven't had it yet, have we? So we're probably going to have to wait 20 minutes now because we've just clicked some things. But we should get like a crew alertness thing go off, I would have thought. Aero lovers, I was flying it earlier. It's not quite as good as the PMDG 777 if I'm honest. Never been, Greek Patriot. I've never been to Serbia. I don't know enough about it. And I'm not going to get deep into any of the politics around it, Greek Patriot. Naturally, I'm sure you can understand. I know it's a very complex issue. Greg says, referring to the Bluebird 757, I think, well, he thinks their biggest threat isn't announcing other aircraft. It's the fact PMDG about a year ago teased a 757 and have stated they have other things in the pipeline. I'll tell you, if PMDG release a 757, oh boy, I'm going to be so happy for a long time. If it's as good as this, that is my all-time favourite aircraft. Absolute rocket, that thing. So good. Ooh, a bit breezy in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, isn't it, Badger? 010 at 21 knots. Whew. Yeah, absolutely. It would need to have a Britannia Airways livery, and those juicy RB211s would need some real sexy soundscape. Jan's holding up for the max. West Case Model Railway, just press insert. That's drone camera. I'm not sure, Greek Patriot. You're on your second copyright strike. Oof. I don't know, be very careful. They'll deactivate your account completely next time and ban you from YouTube, like permanently. It's a bit of a minefield, the old copyright stuff. You've got to be really careful. Like all the music we play in the background, I pay an annual fee. I have to pay Epidemic Sound an annual fee to actually be able to use the music in the background. Otherwise, we would struggle to find some half-decent music to play during streams. Things like that. Luke Plant says they're doing a default 737 MAX in MSFS 2024 from what he's seen. Yeah, it looks good, but if it's like any other default aeroplane, it's probably ruddy awful, so not looking forward to that. Greg, me too. 767-300 specifically, that's what I would like. It's the 200F, or the 200LRF actually, yeah, to be precise. The freighter variant, basically. Sean, yeah, it should do. Rocky, welcome. Atlas says, if you had all of the money in the world, what would be your dream flight equipment short of a full motion cockpit? Well, that's a really difficult question. If I had all the money in the world, I wouldn't be flight simming. I'd have my own aeroplane, and I'd buy one of those houses that have got, like in America, where they've got their own runway, and that's what I would end up doing. Luke, yep, we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing the public release version tomorrow as a live preview. So we're flying Amsterdam to Keflavik, the new MK Studios version 2 Keflavik scenery. We're doing that in the MD-11 freighter tomorrow at 1 o'clock UK times, 1200 UTC. So you definitely want to check that out as well if you're interested in the MD-11. We're going to cover it live tomorrow for a first flight. Although it will be my second flight overall, because I might have had a little play with it this morning just to see what it was like and how it worked. Hey Zach, nice one mate. I've just seen you've purchased a raffle ticket. Good on you. Good luck to those of you who have entered. Like I said, there's about 10 days left before the raffle closes. We'll draw a winner. DHL have started flying 767-300ERs BedX special freighters into Luton. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Ian reminiscing there, the days where you could smoke in the cabin and go into the flight deck. I used to fly out of Birmingham, growing up on Britannia Airways flights, and every single flight I had to go and see the pilots, and I'd go into the flight deck during the cruise and have a chat with the pilots, and every now and again I'd get like a Britannia Airways postcard or something given to me from them, and all that sort of stuff. It's just really cool. I remember that all vividly. It's a shame all of that had to stop, but for obvious reasons. Old dirty t-shirt, hello. Says this 777 plus the MD 11 equals no social life this summer. Pretty much. Retail. Yeah. Rab, yeah, MK Studios, they've released version 2 for Keflavik. So, frustratingly, it's a quote total remake and you've got to buy it again. Quite possibly, Ian, yeah. We always went to like some of the Greek islands and things. It was like we went to Rhodes. God, where else? Heraklion, Crete, Kos. I did one of those Britannia Airways Christmas things to Lapland once as well. I remember that. Ian says, I'm sure there's a town in the States where they don't have roads, they've got taxiways and everyone has a plane. Yeah, no, you're right. There is an area, a little community, and it's all of the houses have got hangars next to them where they put the planes, and they feed their driveway is little taxiway feeder, basically. Can't remember where they are, but there are a couple of neighbourhoods throughout America that is like that. Locallis is called Jambalaya. Ah. Any key, welcome. Aaron says still getting used to how slippery the 777 is. Yeah, one of the things that I suggested the other day was in the descent, you just want to, for those of you with the 777 who have flown in it in the past at this seat actually, you'll probably recognise it. Basically, if you just pop the speed brake out ever so slightly in your descent, it helps massively. And then don't be afraid to just whack the speed brake out as far as it'll allow if you need to. It is a slippery jet. Mr. Joe, hello, says, how much money do you think you've invested in Microsoft Flight Simulator with all add-ons, tools and scenery? Do you want me to tell you how much I spent last year on Microsoft Flight Simulator, maintaining the channel? Hold on, let me just where is it? I need my last year's spreadsheet. £5,600 of overall expenses. There you go. In 1 year. And the year before, not too dissimilar in number either. It's expensive trying to give you guys great content, but it is all part of the fun. Arit, hello to you in the Netherlands. It is scary. I think how much money that I've spent on this flight sim is insane. And bear in mind, I'm blessed with getting a fair few things for free as well. Getting like this aeroplane sent to me by PMDG to review and things like that. So it would be a hell of a lot higher if I was buying a lot of these aeroplanes as well. It's insane. 787 fans got a bit of an obsession with Anybuilds Luton. Nice. Yeah, do it. Ah, Greg, no, that's not good. What caused it? Do you know? Salt Sim, yeah. So consider that when it only costs $1.99 to subscribe to British AvGeek as a member. Yeah. I don't do it for money. That's one of the big things with this channel. I do it because I love being part of this community more than anything else, and it gives me justification to do it. So I can say to the missus, oh, I'm streaming today, or I've got to pre-record some videos. But it's because I love flight sim. I love aviation. I love flying in real life. I love travel. This gets me, or allows me to pursue my dreams of being a pilot. Luke, I did, yeah. I'm guessing you missed all of the content last week. Ooh. Get the pitchforks out, folks. Luke didn't watch any of the previews. Yeah, we did a preview video which was really well received. Got everybody very much hyped for that, for the release. And then I've done a whole tutorial series on the 777 as well. So those of you who haven't yet picked it up and you want to maybe go and purchase it and give it a go, there are 5 episodes that I've done on the channel on a dedicated PMDG 777 tutorial playlist that will allow you to get straight into the aeroplane without loads of complicated information getting thrown at you. We just keep it nice and simple and try and get you confident in this as fast as possible. So go and check those out. 5 very easy to follow tutorial videos, and they'll get you kick-started quite confidently in this brand new 777-300. Harriet, yes, brand new, released just 2 days ago, I think, actually. Look at it, it's just lovely. Yeah, I went to the Mac Loop last week, Salt Sim. I spent a few days in Wales having a little bit of a break, and it was just me and the missus, sadly. So we went to the Mac Loop, and even she said it was cool. We had a load of US Air Force jets blast over us. We had 4 Hawks, have a look at my Instagram. Those of you on Instagram, search for me on there and you'll see a reel that I put on. Is it a reel? Instagram reel? Yeah. Instagram reel. I put a reel on there with a couple of jets that flew overhead and it was epic. Loop plant, no, so that was a previous version. That was one of the pre-release versions, but they fixed it prior to the actual release. So this doesn't have the nosedive thing when you disconnect the autopilot. At least I haven't had that in the couple of flights that I've had. The early build that I had over the weekend just gone prior to its release. It was one build before the release candidate that had the problem, but all the content creators got sent it. Just one of those things. Once more people start to fly the jet, they will notice little things that might not have been picked up by the beta testing team, for example. Scott, welcome, hello. Says he's painted his 777s in Airways livery but not had it in the air yet. Oof, yeah, do it. Liam, epic. He's flying on the 777-300ER for real tomorrow. Heathrow to JFK, but has to transfer through Glasgow first. Let's know how it goes. Yay, McClark, welcome. Howdy, howdy. How are you? Bit cooler today, isn't it, thankfully? It's not 28 million degrees. Look at that. Such presence. It's been really fun actually seeing all of you guys loving the PMDG 777 content. Not only on this channel but on other channels as well. There's been such a huge buzz for this aeroplane. And with that, yeah, the last couple of days I've been streaming with it. I've been so excited and I've been having so much fun. So yeah, part and parcel is because of the engagement from you guys in the live chat. So big thank you. Ashton, no! What happened? Use the New Sky restore flight function, and it will get you snapped back to where you were when you crashed. Good time to put it to use. MPS, yeah, do you mean the integrated checklist, right? It's huge, isn't it? Like you said, there's like 100 checks. And then you look at my summarised checklist and it's just 2 little pages where I've cut a lot of the stuff out. Exciting Gamer Clark, yeah, get that type rating, mate. G'day Ian, welcome mate, evening to you. Flew the 777 into Hobart this morning. Oof. Yeah, getting out's going to be interesting. Yeah, definitely. Wassa, mine crashed 2 on approach after 8 hours of flying. No, that's not good. Salt Sim said he flew on 4 Qatar 777s in April. Fantastic aeroplane. The engine noise is so distinct when you're on board. London to Qatar, then to Phuket, then back to Doha, then to London. Nice. And 787 fan has previously flown on the 300ER Turkish Airlines from London Heathrow to Istanbul. G'day Marcin. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, welcome. How are you? Mafarik, nice. Going into Wellington with the 777. My goodness, that's brave. Better get them brake fans on. We still haven't had the ding ding noise, have we? It's probably because we've been clicking things. I think if we actually physically walked away for 20 minutes without moving the mouse or anything, we would get the crew alertness warning come on. But because we're actually moving the custom views and things, it's detecting that we're still present, I suppose. Go-arounds are never scary, 787 fan. They're actually quite fun. And it's done for safety, that's all. So actually, going around is a positive thing, whenever you feel it. It's always for a good reason. Sorry, motorcyclist, nice. Landed the 777 in Hobart, suddenly doubled the population there, I bet. Very small community, isn't it? Ian's looking forward to having the new plane to learn. Having to reinstall his sim though. Ooh, good luck to you there. Hopefully it won't take too long. Not far until we're going to have to actually put the arrival stuff in now. And then plan for descent and all that sort of stuff. Four-hour delay in Hurghada, Marcin. Oh my goodness, that's brutal. Aircraft gone tech. Which aeroplane are you meant to fly on? Forexen, how's the TFDR designs of the 11? Tune in tomorrow and you will find out. It's pretty cool. It's not as good as this, I will say that. There are some quirks and issues and things that need to be polished from my one flight that I've done today. But we'll dive into it properly live and try and sort of learn the quirks live, and you guys get to watch then as well and form your own opinion. I don't think we're going to get that audible warning. Havoc, it's about the same. It's a very complex aircraft, the 777, don't forget. So to learn it, you've got to learn a hell of a lot of complex stuff. But don't let that put you off. If you literally go onto this channel, you go onto the playlists of this channel, you'll find a PMDG 777 tutorial series, and just work through those. And what I focus on is all of the basics. So I remove a lot of the chat about hydraulics and all of that stuff that actually people don't really need to know, or they don't care about all that much. Because in reality, you just want to learn how to physically fly the jet, some of the things to consider, all of that sort of thing, before you go into the complexity of things. And that's what those tutorials are for. Once you've got that basic knowledge, then you can expand that knowledge, if that makes sense. That's the theory behind it anyway. But yeah, a lot more automated than a 737. It's a lot more modern. .49 degrees on your 42 degrees on your balcony, MPS game. My goodness. What is it at the moment here? 21 degrees outside allegedly. It's about 23, 24 degrees in the flight sim room. Why do you use Volanta instead of Sim Toolkit Pro? I just like the general feel of Volanta, but I stopped using Sim Toolkit Pro 2.5 years ago when they did an update, and I can't remember what it was. It might have been 3.5 years ago actually now. But there was this wild memory leak that they experienced, and it was causing all manner of crash to desktops and instability. And I just stopped using it at that point because it kept causing far too many problems. And I quite like Volanta. And it obviously gives me that stream overlay in the top of your thing as well when you're watching the stream. And it's got these cool little filters. So if I now go back onto this and we'll have another look at how many 777-300s are flying around the world. Look at that, it's insane. And there's us. Hey, I can see a 777 there. Osprey 1701 that's just fired up at Santiago. Ah, Peter as well. He's in an A808. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what that is. Liam's over there. He's gone a completely different route. He's going Screenshot City for us. Such a great livery on this aeroplane, is it? It's like a perfect match. Nice big GE logo. Oh yes. Nice screenshots. Badges up there in the 739. PT, PT, MPT. Ira. Exol. Fuerteventura. There's Zato. Look at that, there's that retro jet. That is stunning. Really stunning. Gav, Osprey 722. Can't believe we lost 2 today to crash the desktops. Crazy. Aaron's turning final into Athens. It's stunning, isn't it? Athens is great. Where is he? Let's see if we can spot him. And you're on VATSIM, aren't you, Aaron? Look at that. There we go. He's got one ahead of him as well. There we go. Running in the Osprey livery. Beautiful. I wish we were a real airline. If this was flying around the skies for real, this livery, it would be so stunning. But you know, we can only dream. And this is a scheduled service that we're doing with our virtual airline today. So our flight number is Osprey 157 Alpha. If you want to fly this jet back to Manchester, then you can search Osprey 157 Bravo and it will give you that. But if you want to do delivery flights from Everett back to Manchester or Gatwick or Heathrow, they're on there as well as a scheduled flight series just for the next few days, and then we'll delete them because I don't think anybody's actually done them yet, but it's costing us a fortune on the system. So we'll give it until Sunday, I reckon, and if nobody's flown them, then I'll remove them all. And then we've got a couple of 777 tours on New Sky as well for our virtual airline. Ah, nice one, Aaron. There you go. There's one in Frankfurt as well. Gamer Clark, so New Sky simulates the contracts that airlines would have at those destinations to maintain the schedule. So you've still got to pay ground crew, airport fees, all of that sort of stuff. So if you have a daily route to and from an airport, then there's a daily fee. And it all goes against the overall performance of the virtual airline against all the others. So step climb is coming up. 30 nautical miles. There's a whole lot of 777-300ER flights ready on New Sky for Osprey Airways. So those of you who do want to dive into it, I've got short haul, medium haul and long haul routes all ready to go, including some nice ones, new ones as well, like Manchester and Heathrow to Vancouver, for example. That's a brand new route that you can do on the 777. And you can use the time acceleration and auto cruise if you want to as well. They are allowed on our virtual airline. You'll get a slight change of score where they will look at your flight time and then recalculate your score based on the flight time and all that sort of stuff. But where can I find the pay contract for the 777 Zato? On New Sky, just go into the routes and then go filter and then type in departure KPAE and you should have a whole load of them show up. He says. Yeah, you've got to be about 5 minutes ahead of the aeroplane, Aaron, don't you? It's really good. You've got to think really nice and far ahead to manage the energy. David says, don't see Manchester to YVR on the schedule, just looking now. Ah, maybe it's just Heathrow then. I thought I did add it yesterday though. Zato, any passengers aboard? It will probably set some, so yeah, you might as well, because otherwise it will be a big loss maker, wouldn't it? But yeah, feel free to fill it up with whatever New Sky gives us. Oh, fair enough, David. I think we should add one from Manchester then, perhaps, as well. And then maybe one to Toronto, just to give people a bit of a closer hop. I don't think... Have we got Boston on the route network? We should do. Sato, here's all the media flying back with you. It's probably been drained on New Sky by the other virtual airlines, to be fair. But we're fine with a loss. It's one of those things, isn't it? You can also fly from Everett to JFK. That's an option. There is a route for that, Zato, as well. So you can go to JFK and then you can stop at JFK and then do a second journey, which will then allow you to fill it up from JFK. There's another option. Ah, Zato, that's not good. If you're tracking on New Sky though, use the restore flight function and it will get you zipped back to where you were. That's what it's for. You're not tracking it on New Sky. Oh, unbelievable. Fair enough, yeah. Join us from Faro then. So we're not too far. Actually, we're just kind of passing that, so that's not a bad shout. I did notice on my content manager the other day I had an update to a load of European City Pack stuff. So I wonder if they've found an issue with those and you've got to update it all basically. Dougal, yeah, I'm kind of hoping PMDG look at that and then offer it as an option in the settings, because I'm starting to not really be a fan of the hand. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know why they've done that. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose a levitating iPad would be weird as well, David. I suppose they've tried to at least do something, haven't they? The liveries are available on flightsim.to 787 fan, and then you've got to install them via the PMDG Operations Centre. Maybe it is Robert's hand. How would I specifically check that, Willie? Because I haven't really been monitoring for that, actually, to be fair. Alright, let's have a look. Fuel on board for each tank. Wink. There you go, slight difference. Pretty consistent though. We had the APU running for a little while on the ground as well. It's not far off. Hydraulics being used slightly differently there as well, and they've allegedly simulated fuel density, but I wouldn't know how to solve or check that either. Do we have any ATIS at GCLP? Let's have a little look. I'll run this first to see if we've got any controllers online. No, we don't. So we're going to go to COM. Flight information, ATIS request, GCLP, VATSIM, send. Oh, Aaron, nice. Doing a turnaround in Athens, then he's off to Dubes. Love it. Actually, have we got this the 777 loaded up as a scheduled service for Dubai from Athens? Information Alpha 13Z, surface wind 10 degrees, 21 knots, variable between 340 to 050. Let's read the rest of it in the main screen. Visibility all the nines, cloud broken 3000, temperature 25, dew point 15, QNH 1018. Gotta pop that there, oops. As a little reminder, we'll cancel that and we'll just go into the review, which will be an ATC uplink. That won't be, it will be a flight info uplink. So we've got a 22 knot headwind and a 2 knot crosswind, but variable winds as well, all the same. ILS Zulu. Oh, now it's just changed to a 22 knot tailwind. 03 left is the landing runway apparently. Which actually, it's around the other side, isn't it? So, and we'll do transition to final. We'll have to vector ourselves. So this is where it always gets a bit messy going to places like this. We're going to have to change the arrival. There we go, it's the Summer 5 Charlie, look, there it is. This one. So 5 Charlie. It goes basically over the airfield, but when we've flown this previously in the past at Madas, usually air traffic control vector you out over the water. Where we've just done a step climb, Willie. Yeah. And then we kind of get routed downwind to then come in on ourselves like so for the approach. That tends to be what it would be. So, right, hold on, Aaron. Let me solve that for you. Charts off. My airlines. OM. Because there is a route to Dubai from Athens, isn't there? Well, that's cargo. Oh, it's cargo only. Where is it? Let me see if I could just make one. What's the flight time? 4 hours. So it's 5 hours. Could be the other way around. Should be longer going back the other way, shouldn't it? Well, 5 hours is fine. We'll disable that one, those ones, and those ones. 900A already exists, brilliant, of course it does. 970. There you go, Osprey 970 Alpha. That'll get you from Athens to Dubai. Done. Right, they're on the system. We'll cancel that. And we're going to go departures, arrivals. We've got 2 waypoints left. We've got to go to Sama 5 Charlie. So we're going to process. Actually, we're going to have a quick check of the charts here. Yeah, we'll just go ILS Zulu, that'll do. So, ILS Zulu 03 left. Next page. Next page, Sama 5 Charlie, execute. So we've got a constant Mach at 8.4 to Sama when we go back to Econ speed, and then from there we've got Sama, followed by Isuru, which has actually a maximum speed on the 4 Delta of 240, but for us on the 5 Charlie Sama arrival, we don't have a speed restriction, so we can just buzz through. And our first speed restriction is here at Todco, where we want to be maximum 250 between flight level 070 and 140, and that's in the FMC quite nicely there actually, followed by GDV, which which is the Gran Canaria VOR. So actually that makes another good point. The Sama 5 Charlie goes from Madas from Todco, but through Madas to Gran Canaria. So we get vectored out here, downwind, base, final. That's the plan. So GDV, that reckons at flight level 102, 244 knots. And then from there, Delta India 186 LPC, that's over the field. 6,000 feet, then final approach from 3,800. I'm going to get rid of that discontinuity and put that in there, because it's going to then change a few bits of data there. And then we'll just manually sort out the rest of it. There's our final approach. So fixed ring, runway 03 left, and I'll go for 8 miles, like we usually like to set anyway, 8 miles and 4 miles. Actually, there's a 10 DME arc there, so I'm going to put a 10 mile fixed ring in as well. And that's just going to generally help extend and work out our spacing from the airfield as we vector ourselves. Oh, Zato, that's not good. I don't know what you must be doing something that's kicking into crash to desktops or something. I don't know what you. It's hard, and unless we're watching you, it's hard to kind of work it out, isn't it? I'm not sure what to suggest, mate. VNav, descent, forecast page is done. Transition 70, we'll keep it there. No holds expected. And on the NavRad page, 1099, the ILS. Inbound course 026, that matches the data as well, good. Approach reference page. Our estimated landing weight in Las Palmas is 198.2 tons. So I'm going to just put that in. And then we can just leave it there. We can then sort the rest of it out a little while later on. So we've still got a few hundred miles to go. We've ticked off a load of our prep anyway. Wait, is it at the same point when you're importing the flight plans, Zato? Because it might well be, if people aren't following the kind of precise process or steps that I show in the tutorial video, it might be trying to load something in the wrong sequence or in the wrong order to what the WASM is expecting, and then it's crashing. There is an issue, Brab, where the PMDG are looking into it basically, but there's an issue with the sim, and they're having to get the assistance of a SOBO for it basically, who are trying to work out what the cause is. But in some instances, if you're doing certain things in the 777, it can cause the whole sim to freeze, or the whole sim freezes because of whatever you're trying to do. But I haven't yet, touch wood, been able to trigger that myself, so I don't know what's causing it or anything else. But SOBO are looking into it, because allegedly it's something that they can fix, and PMDG are working with them to try and solve it ASAP. But not everybody's experiencing it. I don't know if it's a nav data issue. I don't know if it's a flow thing, so people are clicking things in the wrong sequence, and because of that it's then crashing the WASM. But it's probably the WASM crash that's happening. Matt, yep, this has got the GE90s, there they are, on the pylons. Ryan, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing, mate. David A, good morning, mate. Really enjoying the 777. He says I've only done one flight so far, but such a beautifully crafted machine. Yeah, absolutely. Slowing down is a bit tricky, like he says, but practice will improve that. Yeah, it's definitely one for energy management that you've got to kind of keep an eye out for. Dylan, don't chase butter and don't crater it. Basically, New Sky wants an accurate touchdown that has it's, you know, about 150 to 350 foot per minute, basically. And he says he's had a WASM crash in the Flabawar A320, A320X a few times before. James asked about runway length. So actually, go to the charts. There you go. It's a pretty long runway. 3,100 meters. So we've got plenty of space to stop. From memory though, I don't know if it's going to have it anywhere on here. Can't see it. Maybe it's in a different screen. RVRs. There you go. It's got a 45 meter width. So it's a little bit on the narrower side to what we're probably used to. Evening, Wesley. How you doing? Sai, thanks for subscribing. Welcome on board. Yeah, basically I think this is a similar width to Manchester's runway, but I'd have to dig that out on the charts as well, actually. But now I've raised the point, I'm going to have a little look. Airport info. Yeah, there you go. It's the same width as Manchester Airport's runway, but it's actually longer. Hey, the raffle link actually works again. There you go. Back in the live chat for those that missed it earlier. I've just tested it. It does work. For what it's worth, Sato, Sapper in the MD-11 that took off just ahead of us, he's had a crash to desktop in his MD-11 as well. There's some weirdness going on in the sim, I think. Wesley Slays, I must have been restless with this 777. I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. It's everything I hoped it would be. Oh yes, right turn. Let's look at these flaperons. Ready? Oh yeah! Which actually, on the takeoff run, they deflect downwards, and we've not been able to kind of show it. Because I've forgotten every time, because I'm focused on the takeoff. But they deflect downwards. It's one of the protections that they have. Really cool. But they're working away, keeping the jet smooth, stable in the turn. Probably Zato. Wouldn't be the first time. Jack, welcome. Kozagunjus, Michael, great to have you on board. Welcome. Thanks, guys, for subscribing. Well over the halfway point now. 2/3 of the way. Still got a bit of oceanic work. MJ says can't stop clicking the pen. But just remember, never click it 3 times. It goes James Bond on you. If you click it 3 times, you've got to click it again to disarm the little grenade in it. Yoeps just landed in Hong Kong from Amsterdam. That's a long flight for you in the triple. My goodness. Now he's starting up for Amsterdam to Atlanta. Loads of people loving the heritage livery on the new Sky. I'm just checking in on the on Discord, sorry, in the crew room chat, and there's a good old buzz from folks in there, really enjoying the heritage livery that you've painted, Zato. I've not had a tail strike in pushback yet, Daffy Duck. I'm not sure what's triggering that actually. Andy, could you imagine? Like one of those weird TV programs. Was it like Manifest? You'd see somebody in Tesco one day and you'd be like, my god, you're on Osprey 16 Mike going to thingy. Who's my favourite James Bond? James says there. His is Sean Connery. I loved a bit of Timothy Dalton. Don't know why. Maybe it's because it was probably one of the first James Bonds that I properly watched all that time ago. Is there The Living Daylights? Great film. That little fight scene in Gibraltar on the rock. Mad. But controversial. I actually quite like Daniel Craig. As Andy says, actually, there you go. Another vote for Daniel Craig. But I did like Timothy Dalton. And yeah, Daniel Craig I think is my favourite. Sean Connery for Rab. Yeah, Roger Moore was okay. I didn't feel it as much though with him. I think Pierce Brosnan was quite good for the time as well. I think for the time they picked the right actors for the James Bond stuff, but Daniel Craig just had a little bit more rough around the edge. I think you put it perfectly there, Andy. He had a bit of darkness about him. Don't know what it was, but he just refreshed the whole James Bond thing, I think, a little bit. And now, to get that, I mean, now I'm loving The Boys. The Boys is great on Amazon Prime for those of you who are over 18 who can watch it. It is one of the most messed up things I have ever seen on television. Ron, actually, you're probably not wrong. Ron says PMDG have put the pen there intentionally so that I don't press the emergency landing gear button. Yeah, keeps me busy. I just click the pen instead of clicking around stuff and whoops, accidentally hitting the alternate gear extension, which I have done many times in the past. Samar is coming up. That is the end of our Econ cruise. Well, there's the end of our Constant Max, sorry. Mach 8.4, we're going to go back to Econ Cruise at Samar. One of those little tweaks that we did. Who's next to play James Bond, Badger says. Claire Boulding, apparently. Claire Boulding is going to be the next James Bond. Oh, that was a nightmare as well. I'm trying to remember what aircraft that was. I accidentally shut down the engine in flight. It was the Mad Dog, I think, wasn't it? It was the MD-80. My God, the stress. We got it started again, though, didn't we? I've only allowed 4 options, though, Rab. And there's more than 4 James Bonds. I've never felt stressed like it, Rab. At least when I did the 737 all that time ago, we did that intentional shutdown in flight, didn't we? Into, what was it called? Near Boston. I can't remember the name of the airfield. But we flew in and we shut down one of the engines, didn't we? To test the failures and the emergency checklists and all that sort of stuff. And that was amazing. I really enjoyed that. But accidentally turning them off. Oh. That was a heck of a lot of stress. Lem says, does Osprey have an activity requirement? Not formally, no, but we've had a couple of people that joined over a year ago and haven't flown a single flight. So we've started booting them out because it's pointless joining the virtual airline if you're not going to fly a flight in a whole year. So all we ask is you do some flights. Farrick says, how hard is his landing in Wellington in the 777-300 going to be? It's going to be pretty tough. You're going to have to go to... you're going to have to go to, what do you call it, the... instead of actually doing touchdown zone, you have to do like a Skiathos style touchdown where you land... just before the touchdown zone, so you need to be really accurate with it. No floating. Oh, Jeff, hello mate. You knows a pilot that still does the Lagos process today that I was mentioning earlier. Hotel in Lagos looks like an embassy with security, absolutely. Really weird. And he'll tell you the same there. I wonder if it is the same. I used to turn the shower on to have a shower at that hotel, if it's still the Sheraton that they stay at, and the water would come out yellow with like the rust from inside the tank. Canadian Flight Sim is loading into the Korean Air 777 at Honolulu. UC, welcome mate. JFK to Heathrow for him. Awesome. Iglet was asking, where is our nearest ETOPS? Let me find out. Stand by. It's probably Lisbon or Faro actually. No, Marrakesh. We've got Tenerife South for a diversion as well. Yeah, Marrakesh, Lisbon, Tenerife South. James, it does, yes. Go back and watch the tutorials that I've done, or the preview. Preview did it in the PMDG livery, I think. And then the tutorial videos and the live stream, the very first live stream we did in this was with the British Airways livery. What's this comment? Let's see. Descent, approach, landing tutorial. I've had a problem. I can't retract the landing flaps when descending. What seems to be the problem? I've got no idea. User error? I really don't know what's wrong with that. That's a bit of an odd comment. Not sure how to solve that one. Iglet, what's the flight time? King Bob's Kingdom. Hello, mate. Yeah, you've caught up. Oh, I love it when people do that. Yeah, I think, Andy, you're right. They probably haven't got a flat assignment keybind. A lot of people are having problems with the parking brake still, so I might have to do a tutorial of some sort, a little video telling people how to set it up with the realistic setting in the menu and all the rest of it. Daryl, welcome, mate. He was in Skiathos last week on holiday. Plenty of long landings. Wow. Short runway, isn't it? There's not very much room for error for them if they get that wrong. Better than landing short though, it'd take your head off. Standing at that fence. I bet it was cool standing there though, in real life, Daryl, watching them come in. Very jealous of that. Yes, MPS Gaming is saying we've got 2 Osprey Airways liveries for the 777. We've got this one, which is the mainline kind of modern version of it. But otherwise, we've got a lovely Heritage Retro Jet as well that's been painted that you can download. Old school vibes. Before extending, we've got any more DCS F4E Phantom Ops coming anytime soon? Probably not. Not for a little while. I know the Chinook and Afghanistan maps are coming out very soon. So I might have to dive back into those, but we'll see what happens. The 777 is what I needed to get my buzz back in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if I'm being really honest, which I think was part of the pull of DCS as well, because it was something a bit exciting, a bit stressful, all the rest of it, something a bit different. I've got to be honest, the viewer numbers on some of the streams and the videos for DCS are really low. Not worth the time, because it's cost me more in electricity to do. So, content-wise, they're not that popular. And I know not everyone enjoyed the DCS stuff, to be fair, that's fine. Civvy flying and in MSFS is so different to DCS. Not everyone's cup of tea. There's our little one of our waypoints there actually. MMI, that's an alternate. That's probably our main diversion actually. It's on the nav display. How cool is that? to. It wasn't Marrakesh, it's whatever that one is, MMI. Kim Bob, no. So Zato's painted the retro, the vintage jet, and the other thing, this modern version's been painted by Tapsi. So I'm getting some texts from work all of a sudden that distracted me. But it's nothing urgent, and I'm not actually due back until Sunday. But it's something I've spent the last couple of months actually designing and doing, so it's nice to see it's been delivered. Harriet, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. It's going to be a simulation again, like this one, but it's going to have a little bit more of a game aspect to it as well. So there's going to be those missions, those helicopter rescue missions and all that kind of stuff that they'll put in. So they're kind of expanding Microsoft Flight Simulator even wider for 2024. There's going to be a bit more of an arcade style, a little bit more of a game style, but also at the same time that serious simulation side as well. So try and cover everything for everybody. I think that's going to be their aim. Total time for this flight, Zach, 4 hours 25 minutes roughly. Andy says he's got a 747 into some difficult circling approach airports. Who was it that mentioned that flight earlier on? Whereas I'm trying to look back on the chat. Iglet, there we go. 5 to 5 hours 30 if you leave from LA or San Fran. Oh, it's a bit long. 4 hours 30 is tough enough on a stream, because actually we'll be live for about 5.5 hours. 5.5 hour flight time. We're looking at being live for 6.5 hours. It's a long time. Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it, Meferic? I was watching that this morning over a coffee at breakfast. The Just Flight RJ preview. Looks really, really spectacular. Been a long time waiting for that, actually. Ron says it's been a busy month for him on DCS. The F4 Phantom, the Chinook coming soon, the Kiowa, and I've made him buy the 777 from PMDG as well. Whoops. Dougal says, could you show me how to add range rings on the nav display? Check Dougal to make sure you've got traffic mode on, or weather, that sort of thing. If you haven't got any of them on, then your nav display will stay like this. But it is worth noting is it depends on the livery that you've got. So some airlines might not have the range ring as an option. So some of the liveries might not have it as an option by default, depending if there's like a panel saving, state saving kind of thing that's included with the livery. But to turn it on, obviously during the flight your transponder is going to be on TARA anyway for takeoff, isn't it? But before takeoff you want to press traffic, weather, all that sort of... I mean the dotted green rings by the FMC. Oh, you mean holds, buddy? Do you mean fixed rings, sorry. Do you mean fixed rings? Daffy Duck? Yes, live weather all the time. I don't use any add-ons for it. I don't use SimFX or anything like that. I just leave it all nice and smooth. Fixed rings. Yeah, no worries, mate. So we did it a little moment ago. If you've put your arrival route in, Dougal, and for anyone else that's asking the question, because usually if somebody's asking or thinking of it, about 30 of you are thinking the same question, so it's a really good question to ask. You go in and put your arrivals in. So we've done Las Palmas, ILS Zulu 03 left, and we've put our arrival route as start in, haven't we? So we've done that Samar 5 Charlie. We spoke about it a little earlier on, and we've executed all of that and put it into the aeroplane. So then on our legs page, if we scroll further down, we can see the arrival into the airport with runway 03 left there. So that's what we want to put into the fix rings page. Now, if you want to, you can just press that to select it, and it will go into the scratch pad. Then you can press fix, and then you can press at the top there. For you, it will look like this. It will be blank. So insert it at the top by clicking that top left button, the LSK. And then you can do /8, which will give you an 8-mile fixed ring around the airport. /4 will give you a 4-mile fixed ring around the airport. And /10 will give you 10 miles. So you just set it up however you want. If you want to extend the center line, so you get a really long line drawn through it, what you can do is put the runway heading in. So you can do, if the runway heading was 030 degrees, you could do 030/4, and it would also draw an extended center line. Yeah, almost the same as the Airbus, and it's the same as the 737. So if you're familiar with the 737, then yeah, it's the same process. Alan, welcome, buddy. Saying, is the 777 nice to fly? It's genuinely spectacularly good. It is really remarkably good. Certainly on final approach, or even after takeoff when you're hand flying it, it's stunning. It feels heavy. There's inertia to think about as well with such big aircraft and all the rest of it. It's really cool. Living on a Player says, just reading on the PMDG forums about that WASM crash issue that's causing the aircraft to freeze up with a WASM issue in MSFS. They're saying they're asking people to put in a ticket to PMDG on their forum if it happens to you. Yeah, the Osprey intro will be updated. Probably not the trailer though, because that was actually done by someone else. One of the chaps in the community created it for us to use. Alan, yeah, it's $77.73 in US dollars. Zato, good. You're chasing us, matey. Zooming along a max 7.4 though is a bit slow. You might not catch us. We're at 8.4. Tower's online. Awesome. Cheers, Gav. GCLP. Error. Brilliant. He hasn't quite connected this ATIS yet then. Joshua, welcome. If you had to recommend long haul with the 777, what would it be? It depends how long you've got. So many options available. What have we got? Yeah, it depends on how long you've got. Heathrow to Tokyo would be a good one. Especially if you follow the real world thing now. You've got a route away from Russia, so you have to go over the North Pole. You've got to go an additional hour all the way over the North Pole, over to the Pacific Ocean, past Alaska, and then down to Japan. Really long journey, but that would be a cool one. $14 hours flight time. You could accelerate the time in this obviously as well. Auto cruise and then increase the sim rate. What's your ground speed, Liam? My ground speed is 502 knots. That might help. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Appreciate lots of you enjoying the live chat today. Oh, Thrustmaster has... Ugh. Right, here we go. Thrustmaster have replied to me about my Boeing TCA yoke issue. Based on your description, we'd like to kindly ask you follow this next procedure, which explains how to reset your device's calibration to its default setting on a Windows PC. Then open the device control panel to test the device, having installed the dedicated drivers. In the rare cases in which the software calibration reset fails, to resolve access issues as the Boeing yoke TCA yoke Boeing edition is a complex device, a manual calibration reset can be performed. To perform this, please follow the procedure presented on this link, as it is a step-by-step guide on how to manually calibrate your TCA yoke Boeing edition. If the issue persists, to better understand the reported issue, we ask that you provide a video of the test performed in the dedicated device control panel on a Windows PC and a video of the manual calibration as well. You've got to capture both the device control panel and your device so we may assess the described issue. If your device is still under warranty, we ask for a copy of the tax invoice and a photo of the serial number so we may validate its warranty and provide you with a solution according to this status. Wacky, more work to do with that. Yeah, they want you to do a lot for a bit of hardware that's cost almost £300 that is almost broken after a year. It shouldn't be broken after a year. We've used it a lot, but we haven't used it an insane amount of times. You'd like to think this product would last 5 odd years without a single issue. Gothic Fuzzball, good morning to you, mate. Welcome. Does SimBrief take into account things like no-fly zones over Russia? No, not necessarily. It depends on the route strings in there, but I think most of the time it should avoid it anyway. If not, you can create your own one. Liam says those steps don't fix it. Yeah, I think you guys were discussing it in the club lounge yesterday, don't you? They get you to jump all through them hoops, and then actually it's not worth it. It doesn't work, and you've still got to send it back for warranty repair. I love the pendular kind of stuff with Boeing yoke from Thrustmaster, but the build quality is cheap, and it's showing now because after 11 months, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, it is broken. Which is why I keep getting. I'm not getting it at the moment. It's a developing issue, so we're catching it early, conveniently a couple of days before my warranty expires. But we get like a bit weird aileron twitch, which I can't solve. Some people have actually dismantled the device. Me too, living on a player. You've been out on a bike much on holiday? Rab says. No, obviously I drove to Wales, 200 miles from home, in the car. And then since I've been back, I haven't been on the bike. It's just sat in the garage. I've put a new Scott oiler on there. Their customer service is very good. Like an automatic oiling thing for my chain. They basically sent me the new version 3 for the X system on warranty. No extra charge, so that they can solve the issues that I've been having with my X 2.0. Not even asked for the broken unit back. They just said, yeah, just bin it. But I've spent every day at the computer for about 12 hours doing 777 related content and admin for Virtual Airline and all that kind of stuff. So actually I've not really enjoyed the weather too much outside either. So tomorrow's stream will be the last stream of the week. I've got Saturday off. I'm going to enjoy that as a nice relaxing day off before I go back to work. Good to just have a day of decompression, because this week has been intense. It's been really good fun. It has been intense. I've been getting up at 7 AM, getting the computer fired up, and then getting into content for you guys all the way through to 5 PM most days, which is crazy since Sunday. Phil, nice one. His Hayabusa's going for his MOT next week. Out of the garage for the first time in 2 years. Wow. God, how come there was a big old gap? Liam says his Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke went full left bank, couldn't use it at all, he sent it back, they fixed it, it broke again, they sent it back again, and then he got a new one and it's been fine ever since. And his one on return broke within the first week or two, so mine has lasted longer. That's really poor then, isn't it? If yours broke within 2 weeks, my goodness. Jack says, yeah, the controller from Dubai said there were over 800 777-300s online yesterday. It's like across the pond all over the place. It's the same today, mate, as well. We were, during the live stream yesterday, we were monitoring a feed of statistics for how many 777-300s are connected to the network. And at one point it hit over 850, I think, didn't it, roughly? Which is incredible. I'm going to look right now to see how many active connections. Oh my god. 911 Boeing 777-300ERs on VATSIM right now. 911! That's insane! I don't think we ever thought we'd see anything like that. That smashed yesterday's numbers. Yesterday was insane. 911 Boeing 777-300ERs on VATSIM. Good lord. Choffing heck. Yeah, Dubai. I'm avoiding Dubai at the moment as well. Let's refresh that again. So it's 911 airlines. 917. It's still going up. My God. I wonder if we're going to top 1,000 today. Whew. Jeez. That's incredible. Well, yeah, when the A380 turns up from fly-by-wire, it's probably going to be as crazy as well. It's yeah, it's going to be madness, isn't it? Especially when you've got to have 3-minute route separation. There's going to be a lot of impatient people not understanding how much weight turbulence separation an A380 actually requires in the real world. And yeah, there's only 832 777-300ERs made in the world in real life. So, right now, at this very moment, this very second, there are almost over 100 more connected to VATSIM flying at the same time. It's amazing. $178 Dubai departures going out and then 118 arrivals. That's mad. Atlanta's throwing lots of traffic to the States, indeed, Peter, yeah. I mean, yeah. If there are almost 1,000 flying right now, was it? So 917. That in itself right now is $708,841 US dollars worth of PMDG 777 blasting around the skies of VATSIM right now this second. It's incredible. And the great thing is, yes, that's a lot of money. What it then means is they can reinvest that into PMDG again to make even better products in the future. Shows you how big the PMDG name actually is. And how much respect they command in the flight sim community as well. It's unprecedented. Jeff, good question, mate. We've got it on New Sky as a tour. Let me just dig it out. So those of you flying for Osprey Airways, one of the tours is specifically for the 777-300. Let me find it. Awards. Real World Short 777 Routes. You ready for this? VC Bird International in Antigua to Robert L. Bradshaw International. 54 nautical miles. That is it. Up, straight down. Hand fly the whole thing. And it's like a 5-minute flight. 54 nautical miles. One of the world's shortest 777 routes. There's Lungi International in GFLL to Conakry, GUCY, at 63 nautical miles. Douala International to Malabo, 62 nautical miles. Painfield to Vancouver, 85 nautical miles. And then we've got a load of others that start to slowly increase up to Larnaca to Tel Aviv, which is 183. So yeah, there you go. That's one of the real world sizes of routes. Super short, Jeff, right? David says 19 of our 33 departures at Heathrow are 777-300s, and 5 have got no flight plans. Oh dear. Oh, Gav, chuff a neck. Yeah, it's late for you, isn't it, mate? Good job you took tomorrow off. Hopefully you've been enjoying the 777 anyway. And today's flight. Funky Dumpling says, I really want someone to connect as an observer and just stream the airfield. Dougal, that's a good shout as well, actually. The Heathrow to Gatwick relocation flight. I should have thought about that. I put Heathrow Cardiff on there for maintenance, but yeah, that's probably about 50 nautical miles as well. We've missed you buzzing around with us, Gav. Absolutely. It's good to have you back. Nicholas, why do you do VATSIM on every flight? For me, it offers me a little bit more immersion with a bit of air traffic control and all that sort of stuff. Allows me to try and replicate some of the real world functions and rules and procedures a little bit more closely. But it also allows me to connect into a network which allows me to see all of the other guys that fly along with us as well, which is cool. Yeah, if you're definitely new to VATSIM and you're new to the 777, 100% avoid Dubai and London Heathrow. There's our next alternate, GCRR, which is Lanzarote, suggested there. Well, this is one of the cool things on this aeroplane, because it's actually putting suggestions of our alternate routes. So that's our primary diversion now, GCRR, for the ETOPS side of things. So if something goes wrong, we'll be going direct to Lanzarote over there now. Yeah, you could do a lot of transcontinental, as Iglet's saying there in the 777. You've got United doing San Francisco to Chicago. They do Washington as well to Chicago. Sorry, San Francisco to Washington Dulles. San Fran to New York, Newark as well. Quite a lot of options. How are you finding Beyond ATC, Nicholas? Got a bit of a crosswind now. Let's have a look at our cabin, shall we? Look at this. Through the curtains to the posh seats. Yeah, I'm finding Beyond ATC a bit hit and miss myself, to be honest. It's not perfect. It's got its quirks. Sometimes it really struggles with a fair few things, so it's quite rough around the edges still, I think. God, I thought I was almost at the front of the jet, and I literally have just forgotten how long it is again. And we're only halfway back. We're over the engine. Jeez. This is the galley. Right, here we go. Thank goodness. I thought I was really lost. Bingo. I don't know why I do that, because then the viewpoint goes weird and it zips me all the way back. Okay, top of descent in less than 80 miles. So I'm just going to have a look to see what the actual ATIS is. Information Bravo. Right, so I'm just going to make a note of this. Was it Bravo at 1430Z? That's just 15 minutes ago. Departure 03 right, arrival 03 left. Good, that's what we've planned for. ILS Zulu approach, runway 03 left. Wind 030 at 24, visibility 10 kilometers, view 2000, scattered 3000, 25 degrees, dew point 16, QNH 1017, transition level 70. Information Bravo. We can also get that from here as well if we want to, so flight info. That's sent. Bing bong. And look at that, it's just fed it straight out of VATSIM. That's the one from earlier. New messages. Of course it is. There we go. Information Bravo, that's what we just had on the screen. Awesome. Yeah, Beyond ATC just needs a little bit more time. What was? I'm going to just refresh them stats again. 917 777s on the network earlier. It is now 921 777-300ERs. Epic. What were we doing? Estimated landing weight. Oh, there we go. 207602. 2077. We are going to want, I think, flap 30 for the arrival. We're going to go to the performance page. Landing en route. Import from OFP. 3 left. Estimated landing weight, there it is. All operational, and we'll go for order brake 2. No non-normals, and VREF plus 5. Import the weather, calculate. Oh, it's a long landing. King Bog's Kingdom, yeah, if it's a good landing, then sure. If it's a bad one, then no. There we go, that's all set. So VREF of 148. Make a note of that. Oh, actually, hold on. Flap 25. That's a bit better. Where are we going to potentially vacate from, actually? Just going to have a quick check of the charts. Yes, Sierra 3's got a little no entry on, I think. So we can't use Sierra 3. Oh. It says no entry. I think. Yeah, they're all closed, aren't they? Look. All of the high-speed exits. They're all no entries. Which means we've got to go all the way to the end anyway to vacate. If that's the case. So with that in mind, we're going to go flaps 25. Quarter brake 2. Slightly faster approach speed. There we go. And that's with auto brake 2 set. Auto brake 2. Let's get rid of bottom screen and checklists. Descent checks. We're warning recall. No warnings, that's all good. Notes are checked. Auto brake 2 and set. Landing data, VREF and minimums. Not yet set the minimums. Let's do that now. So ILS 03 left. We want category D aircraft. $380 on the Barrow. Like so. So VREF flat 25, 143, add 5, this 148, Sparrows 380, and the QNH. We need to make sure that we've got set correctly as well, which was 1017, because it's slightly different to what we set earlier. Pressure's dropped a little bit. That's all good, and the approach brief is complete. So we've already spoke about vectors. We've got 1183 tower, which we'll speak to when we get established on the ILS. And it might be helpful for those of you flying behind as well, but I think if you remember last time we flew in to Las Palmas as well, it's going to be roughly a little bit like this. So we're either going to go from Todco and then extend out downwind, like so, or we're going to fly to Gran Canaria and then we're going to break off over the coast, fly downwind, and then come out to a final approach, like so, to then come around and intercept the ILS. Otherwise we've got to go over the airfield and then into a bit of a teardrop. But last time we were vectored by ATC all the way around onto final approach ourselves, like that. So we'll do that today. I'm torn up a little bit around Todco. I might do Todco at 7,000 and then break off into, that's going to be 180, about 150 degrees. So yeah, I'm going to go out at 150 degrees, like so, and then we'll bring the speed further down. We'll go into vertical speed mode and speed select. We'll go for FMS speed. No, we won't. We'll just go into speed mode. So we'll set 7,000 initially, like so. And we'll get rid of the charts. Good afternoon, Jordan. A couple of you guys flying with Beyond ATC. BNAV. Send now. Which send to a smoother descent. So, descent checks are green. Approach altimeters 1016, that'll be fine. And then landing checks will self-populate. So we'll clear that off now. Swaddle, nose is coming down. Descent. Gothic Fuzzball. It's not noob friendly, VATSIM. You've got to have made the effort to learn a lot of the procedures and stuff first, and some of the radio telephony. So you can't just dive in without any awareness or understanding of what's required first. So you've got to do a little bit of learning, a little bit of studying before you go on VATSIM. Otherwise you'll end up having a lot of problems, and no doubt someone will end up losing their temper. Bring that range ring in. Gothic Fuzzball, yes, this very channel, mate. Go to the VATSIM tutorials playlist I've created and work through that. And then, yeah, pick an aeroplane that you want to get really good at, like the A32NX or whatever aeroplane you like to fly. Learn it as best as you can. Learn how to do direct twos, holds, how to set your radios, all that kind of stuff, and go from there. Take the time learning it, and as long as you've shown some learning, if you make some mistakes, that's fine. The controllers and that will appreciate that. Ancient Dino, yeah, 1 and 2, and Doors 5 could be used as well, yeah. Depends on the airport though. Ordinarily they'd just use Doors 1 and 2 most likely. And then Doors 5 would be there with the old cleaners steps. Yeah, never do that. It's never join an event for your first VATSIM flight. It'll only go a bit wrong. Just notice that now the sun's reflecting, right? Look at that reflection in that windscreen. You can fly the longitude as well, Fuzzball. If that's what you like to fly, and you fly it pretty well, and you can handle it in most circumstances, then yeah, you can fly it. Rab's got his radar vectors incoming from beyond ATC already. Nice. .66 to GDD. And the fixed rings we put in earlier, there they are. So when we get to Todco, I'm going to aim my heading bug between those two outermost lines. That's 8 miles, and then the one further out is 10 miles. So we want to then join around there, and that will give us a nice downwind with a good radius away from the airfield, so we can then turn back to final. That's the plan. Hopefully it all works out. Through flight level 280. Spending, well, yeah, blasting down 310 knots. Look at that. And we can see Gran Canaria for the first time. If you guys want a really easy route for VATSIM for your first flight, go to Edinburgh. You'll get a lot of new controllers there as well that are building their confidence. But it's also not crazy busy, so they have the time to help you if you have a little bit of an issue. And then fly to Bergen, ENBR in Norway. Stunning airport, beautiful approach, and it's very similar to Edinburgh in its size and layout. And it's all just one runway, a couple of departures and arrivals, and about a couple of hours. So you have a bit of time in the cruise to decompress from that takeoff. Shed the nerves, relax a little bit, and then go into your descent to do it all again. And it's a really nice flight that you can do for a new pilot. And yeah, there's some really good freeware on flightsim.to for Bergen. Fair enough, Gothic Fizzball. In that case, you could do San Diego to Seattle, something like that, up the coast. Little bit of turbulence in the descent. Should get a little bit of pylon wiggle if it continues to bounce. Sod's law, it's smoothed out a bit there. Jamie, welcome. Good morning. Just in time for one of the best bits though, landing. Keep smashing the like button, folks, and don't forget, if you are tuning in just about now, we have got another stream scheduled for tomorrow. We're in the release version, the launch version, version 1 of the TFDI Designs MD-11. We're going to be buzzing around in the freighter Trijet, heading out of Amsterdam for a flight to Keflavik in Iceland. So it's going to be a really cool flight, a couple of hours in the air, lots to get into. We're going to sink our teeth into the MD-11, see what it's like prior to its launch on the 2nd of July for everybody. That's going to be really cool. William, nice one, mate. Well done. He did his first 777 flight using our tutorial video. How did it go? And what are your thoughts in it so far? Were the tutorial videos enough to get you in and you know, get you deep into the systems and get you a bit of confidence? Hopefully it was. Liam says this flight's been done in 3 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, she's a quick flyer, this. And now we're through about 20,000 feet. You'll notice the aeroplane starts to get a little bit slippy, which is fine. We're going to have to help her out with some drag. Good stuff, William. That's good to hear. That's precisely what I hoped for. Yeah, they're working with Asobo, Bombtech and Living on a Player. They're working with Asobo, aren't they, to try and get that solved. It's something within the simulator that's then affecting various products, including the PMDG 777, where the WASM system in the sim crashes. The whole sim then locks up, basically. So they're trying to work out how to solve that. Right, so Todco, we're within that speed, the altitude restriction almost, and I'm going to start to set this so... Ah, maybe it is 180 after all. I said about 160, didn't I? Good stuff, William. Great to hear. Welcome back. Let's get that seatbelt sign on. Bingo. Ah, there was a cabin chime we just caught the end of then. Let's get rid of that music. Because it's time to focus. A little bit of speed brake. There's that engine wiggle. Just bouncing away on the pylon. About 10 minutes to landing now, folks. Oh, maybe it is 160. I might have got that bang on actually. Ooh, 165. That'll do. Todco in 1.2. Jamie, I think personally the Say Intentions stuff is very expensive for what it is. Okay. Las Palmas traffic, Osprey 157 Alpha is outbound Todco heading 165 degrees, descending down to 7,000 feet to fly downwind for the ILS 03 left. We'll report turning base. So, like I said, trying to point that heading into the gap between the 8 mile and the 10 mile fixed ring, and then we'll see how we go. There's TCAS. There's somebody not talking on Unicom. Interesting. Speed. Brake. So this is where it's getting slippy again now. You're better off getting beyond ATC, which is, and you just pay for the base pack, and then with that you get used to some of the sounds and what to say and do and stuff. That's my recommendation. I think the price for say intentions is far too high, and it's just as rough as beyond ATC and all the other stuff as well. To be fair, it's all quite experimental, isn't it? Disregard. And that's because I've got a tiny little bit of speed brake out there, look, just to disrupt the airflow a smidge, just to help with our descent. What do we want to be actually at the approach point? 3,000. Akari, hello. Coming in from the east. I'll wait for you to land, mate. You're well ahead, so feel free to dive in before us if you wish. Uh, 1600. Yeah, because you're all the way over there, so you can get in if you want. If not, feel free to continue to hold. .170, just to deal with a cross streak. Yeah, you can if you want a Kari Moon, or I can just extend downwind and then come in behind you anyway. So feel free. You've got a couple of seconds if you do want to do it. We've got to decide now though. It be time. Landing lights, runway turn off lights, taxi lights, lights and signs all good. Overhead panel is checked. I know the speed brake's extended is intentional. The 737 is a bit more of a handful MPS gaming, to be honest. Waiting for the cabin secure as well. Yeah, you can just drag it if you want. You just press and hold and just drag it, and it will flash around a lot quicker for you. And you can just quickly set it to maximum then. Right, what is the opposite heading? It's 206, and we've got a slight crosswind. So 206 will give us a very small drift. So we're going to go 206. I'm just smoothing out the turn radius there, just so we don't come in too tight. That's looking good. Just around 8 miles. Cabin secure, good. They're all good. There's the airport, folks. All the way down there. Through transition. pop that speed brake out. Where's my banana? There it is. Yeah, actually that's not bad. We'll keep that going for a continuous descent. I'm just leaving the speed brake out a tiny little bit. So when we talk about managing the energy of the 777, it's like the 787. It's not as slippery as the 787, but you do need to be ahead of the energy. So a lot of the time you'll find you'll just pop the speed brake out a little bit in these kinds of descents, just to maintain a good rate of descent that's nice and smooth. Las Palmas traffic, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy is on the downwind for 03 left. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. The size of them engines. What a cracking route as well. And there's that beautiful wing flex as well, look. Just them wings just dancing around slightly. Very, very good. Delta Tango! No way! But you've got a lot of content for me to go and catch up on, mate. So dive in. You're going to love it. Going to put that back on automatic. .800 foot per minute. Welcome, Chad. Welcome back. Let's retract the speed brake, and we'll make sure that's now in the armed position. There's the marker, speed brake armed, or brake 2, passenger signs on, parking brake is off, nav radio, everything's set. We'll maintain 220 for now. Oh, look at that. The sea below as well. We've currently got a 25 knot headwind with a 2 knot crosswind and a very variable weather. Very variable wind condition. So not completely sure what to expect. We're going down to 3,000 feet. Nice and low. We've got to pass those awesome wing farms as well in a short while. We are aiming for a 9-mile final, which is about there. So we're going to go speed 220. Las Palmas traffic, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavies turning right base, 03 left. Okay, flaps 5. There go the flaps. Good. 5, set, green. .180 knots, range ring in. Establishing at flat 5 speed, don't forget. And quick check of the overhead panel again. Light signs, that's all looking good. Turn that off. Don't. Oops. That's the master brightness. Of course it is. We want the screens on. Everything went dark. Oh dear. Okay, init ref page 143. 153 is the backup VREF, so if we have to add 10 instead of add 5, depending on how choppy the winds get, then that's what we've got to consider. We'll start to work jet in. 330, 340, 340, 50, 60, 030, isn't it? So we're going to go northbound for the final intercept. Speed 180, flat 5 speed, approach mode is armed, and we're in heading mode, which is active currently. We go 355 degrees, just to give us a bit more of a tighter intercept. And Las Palmas traffic, Osprey 157 Alpha is for the intercept, 12 miles, ILS 03 left, changing to tower 118.3, Las Palmas. That's good timing. You just pinged me. Gran Canaria Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 157 Alpha Heavies. Information Echo, Boeing 777-300, and currently establishing ILS 03 left, 12 miles.
Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, Gran Canaria Tower, hello, wind start 03024 knots, runway 3 left, clear to land.
3 left, clear land, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy. Flat 15. We'll keep speed 180 for now. Missed approach. Climb 026 degree track to 540 feet, then turn right, max 210 knots. Not before 8 DME LPC on 119 degree track, intercept radial 059 LPC, climb to 2500, then as directed. Coming up to 8 miles now, speed 160, laps 20, go to 25. Actually, yeah, we're flying 25, aren't we, for this? So, flap 25 sets, we'll wait for green. Gear down and green. Speeds are looking pretty good at the moment, actually. That's nice and stable. Look at them that wind farm's insane. 148 knots. Will reduce to at 6 miles. Here we go. Flap 25 means we're going to be approaching the airfield a lot quicker than we otherwise would like to. That looks like the nose has come down now for the glide slope as well, so we're going to have to just jump back in and just see what the jet's doing. 148. Set. Yeah, the wing flex is amazing on this. Look at that. They've done a great job. And the noise. Couple more seconds just to enjoy the approach. They've smashed it with this. So good. So flat 25 green, 148, so that's looking good. If the wind starts to gust, we'll add another 5 knots. We want 2500, that's all good. And coming up to 1,300 feet. My throttles. Autopilot disconnected, my aeroplane. Check. Yes, wind's getting a bit spicy. It's when it drops off, that's the big concern, because then you get a bit of sink. So just trying to keep the speed high enough to keep us stable. If that goes from 20 knots like it just did down to 12 knots, all of a sudden we lose 5 knots of our airspeed as well. Let's make it interesting, but I'm ignoring the ILS, I'm just going for a visual approach now. And all of a sudden then, look at that, 25 knot gust. Bam, indicated airspeed 160. Now it's gone into a slight crosswind. This is actually quite stressful.
Approaching minimums.
A bit of a crabbing now. Checklist incomplete, disregard. That's fine.
Minimums.
Continue. 27 knot headwind, my god.
200.
It's going to drop off any second, you watch. I've increased it by another couple of knots for the VUF.
50.
Looking ahead.
30. 20. 10.
Touchdown. Gently down on the nose, reverse. Green. 237. Woohoo, yes! First official touchdown with Osprey. Nailed it. Right on that touchdown zone. 1.18 G as well. My brakes. Welcome to Gran Canaria.
How do you have good frame rates?
Aviation Nerd, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the super chat there. How have you got good frame
Osprey
rates?
157 Alpha Heavy, welcome to Gran Canaria, vacate left on Sierra 3, hold short to Romeo.
Oh. Vacate left Sierra 3, hold short Romeo, Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy. So he's using it, we'll take it. APU starts. Oops. That was close. Gently on the brakes. Hold short Romeo. We're going to have to hold short about here then, so we're going to go... Oh, look at that. I'm going to leave the... Let's bring the flaps up. I'll leave the speed brake out for a second. You can actually see the actuator. Did you see that rotate then?
Osprey 157 Alpha
Look at
Heavy,
that.
taxi to stand number Tango 12 via Golf Romeo 12.
So just repeat your last again, Osprey 157 Alpha.
Osprey 157 Alpha Heavy, taxi stand Tango 12 via Golf Romeo 12.
Thanks, stand Tango 12 by Golf Romeo 12, Osprey 157 Alpha. That's actually incredible, right? And we didn't see that the other day. And the speed brake's retracted. Madness. The little things like that we discover on every now and again on little parts of a flight that just blow your mind again. They've done such a cracking job with this. Traffic mode, that's all good. Let's clear the flight directors. Is it Tango 12? By Romeo, Golf Romeo 12. That's all the way down here anyway, so GSX. Tango. Oh, I pressed the accidental click spot for the tablet there. That's remarkable, isn't it? That's so cool. The size of this thing. And again, got to let that nose wheel come over, well over the yellow line to keep the main wheels in the centre of it for the turn, and then we begin the turn. All about carefully managing the length of this thing. So that was flap 25 and we still smashed that. 2 clicks, just get off TARA, and I'm going to now refresh the data again on VATSIM. How many? We've got 940 Boeing 777-300ERs connected right now on VATSIM. Yeah, it's breaking all kinds of records, that, isn't it? We've got many US routes like into or out of the East Coast. Yeah, from the UK we've got like JFK, Miami, I think Boston as well, and Washington, Dulles, I believe. Let's clear those. Auto brake disarmed. That's all in, off, trim. It's in green. We're just going to move it into a bit more of a nice position, and aileron rudder trim is 00. That's all looking good. And I'll leave the trim around 5. That's quite a nice setting. There's the ground staff. Taxi lights off. Eddie, welcome mate, thank you. Bit hot here, isn't it? Let's open the window. Same for the FO. Looks like Kari's about to touch down in his 767. And again here, we want to extend over the turn. We've got a little warning for windows. The size of this thing is just incredible. Love it. Size of it. Bloody wicked. The jet blast coming out the back of that engine. Let's turn her in. That nose wheel's come right over the centre line now, but it means that we can fully deflect the tiller. And look, we're scooping that main wheel right into the middle of the centre line. And then gently off on the tiller to bring us in for the parking. Like so. Ah, Marshal's giving it us today. VDGS is down. Oh, which one should I follow? He's MSFS, isn't he? I'm ignoring him. Guy behind is GSX. We want him. Ah, caught him trying to take a picture of us, look. Trying to inch us forward ever so delicately because I know we're going to get stopped in a second. Haven't seen that for a while, have we, MPS? I wonder if he deactivated it. Oh, just stop giving me indications, mate. Oh, he's going for the stop, that's why. How close are we getting? Oh. Oh, now we're well overshooting here. Oh well, we'll follow GSX. We'll see how close we get.
Good day, Osprey 722, establishing the localizer for runway.
Gaps coming in. Have to close the road at this rate.
Osprey 722, heavy, Gran Canaria Tower, hello, wind 03025.
Part brake on. MSFS wants me to keep going. Insane. Right. That's all good. Lights, everything all set as required. Hydraulics, APU is running. Gen on, APU automatics. Good. Right. Engine fuel control switches to cut off. Put the seatbelt transponder on standby. That's all good, and we'll pop the seatbelt signs off. Ground ops, wheel chocks, beacon lights, jetway connect. Disarm all the doors. We'll just trigger that to open now. And then GSX. Request deboarding. And again, just as a reminder, we're forcing the PMDG models, right, into New Sky, into VATSIM. So we get our model matching for Osprey Airways today. So we're going to get Gav on final, for example. Oh, look at that, it's just lovely, isn't it? Really cool. We're going to get Gav on final probably with his door out, with his door open. Harriet, yeah, go to our Discord, mate. And you'll find all the info there. It's looking sporty. Oh, that was a really hard approach. Flap for 25 definitely helped. And really, you want VREF plus 10. So our VREF was 130... What was it? 143. But we went VREF plus 10. Because of how unstable that wind was. Yeah, just as a reminder, he's going to have chocks and his door open because that's how our aeroplane is set up. We've forced the PMDG 777 to then appear as model matching for us because that's the only way we can get the Osprey Airways stuff to show at the moment for this. So try not to be distracted by that. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Great work. Tricky conditions. If it's going to really confuse people, I'll just go back to my aeroplane and take the chocks off and close the door. Which is why I haven't done the cargo. Let's have a look at New Sky. We'll see what score we got to wrap up our flight. We're going to close the flight now. Wow, look at that profit. $86,349. Woohoo! 10 out of 10, baby.
Osprey 722 Heavy, welcome to Gran Canaria. Taxi stand number Tango 14 via Fox.
And there's the little downwind that we did, that little self-vectoring. Look how crisp it is.
Was that
little...
Foxtrot 14?
That was our little bit of base leg.
Osprey
Intercept.
722 Heavy, taxi stand Tango 14 via Foxtrot Romeo 11.
Taxi stand Tango 14 via Foxtrot
Epic.
Romeo 11, Osprey 722 Heavy, thank you.
Flight time 3 hours 38. We actually shaved like 40 minutes off the official... 25 minutes off the official flight time. If I go into the jet, close the door again, just to stop the electronic flight bag, ground operations, close the door, remove the chocks. GSX is going to go, doom, you need to set parking brake, probably. Oh, it's going to carry on anyway. Volanta. Let's see how we're getting on. Did everyone else crash? Oh no, hold on, there we are. I was looking at the wrong island. Right, Liam's in. Osprey 94's next. Zato's made great effort there. Look, he's blasting in towards us, over having just buzzed the tower at Fuerteventura. And this was a scheduled service, by the way, so if you want to, if you're on one of our Osprey Airways pilots and you want to fly back to Manchester, then there is an airport waiting. There is an aircraft waiting here at Gran Canaria for that flight back, and it would be Osprey 157 Bravo for the flight back, for those of you who want to make use of that. Aidan, nice. Set up from Heathrow, doing the scheduled service to Tenerife. In the 777, mate. Eric, just saw your application, and Dylan as well. There you go. Welcome, guys, to Osprey Airways. I've accepted your pilot application. Valanta, what was I going to look for? Aidan, just set off from EGLL. There's EGLL. There he is, got him. He's in the Speedbird, lovely. Bravo Delta, nice. That's a really good livery for my Steve Dra there. He's just passing out of Southampton, over the coast, and he's going to be coming down our way. It's actually longer than you realise, these routes, aren't they? Down to the Gran Canaria Islands and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Rab's stunning, isn't it? How many 777s are in VATSIM right now? So a minute ago it was at like 950, wasn't there? Let's VAT. There we go, VAT map. Right now, connected to the VATSIM network, there are 941 Boeing 777-300ERs. So it's peaked about 950 or so. Good work, Aidan. Are you logging it on New Sky with our VA? Oh yeah, the weekend's going to be insane, isn't it? I thought we had another one on final. Where are they? Liam. Oh, he's shooting a long final. Let's go to probably 70. That'll probably, yeah. Here he comes. I can see his light coming now. Another 777 inbound.
Osprey 904 Tenerife Tower. Good afternoon. Established ILS from 03 West.
Hopefully not a Tenerife.
That's aircraft cycle time. Osprey 904.
Alright, epic. You're gonna love it.
Osprey 904 Heavy.
Such an impressive aeroplane.
03025 knots, runway 03 left, clear to land. Runway 03 left, clear to land. Osprey 904.
Oh, good stuff, Aidan. Osprey 322 Alpha, love it. Because on VATSIM it shows you on the Speedbird livery, that's all. As long as you're tracking it, we're all good. Chad, that's our virtual airline client called New Sky. So it tries to replicate the real world and it actually scores you based on how well you fly. So if your landing is silky, silky smooth butter, you don't actually want that in the real world, so it will actually deduct points from you. But if your landing is accurate, in the touchdown zone, smooth, stable approach, and a good touchdown between 150 to 300 or so foot per minute, and 1.1 G to 1.3 G, then it will give you a very good score. That's what it classes as a perfect landing.
Pilots to boarding starting.
Yeah, there's every chance for that. There we go, bit of music change. I'm just going to restart QATL because it's driving me nuts, that beep beep. Gets rid of that truck noise as well, doesn't it? Right. King Bob's Kingdom, welcome mate, thanks for joining us, new channel member. Here comes Liam. Look at those wind farms. Oh, it's always here, it's always so windy and crazy blustery. Which makes it quite an interesting place to fly. Because it is tough, as you guys saw on the approach. If you just go and have a quick look here, look at the windsock. It's all over the place. So it's one heck of a challenge for us flying in here today. Welcome, Alan. but it's a great test for the 777. That approach just shows you how good it is as a product. You get your hands around how to fly it and all the rest of it. It is stunning. Gav, how did you find the whole flight now you've completed one? How are you finding the triple? Beautiful, right? And yeah, it's a crazy approach. Really quite tough, isn't it? It was a stressful approach, that. A lot going on. Here he comes. Oh, he's in the retro jet. In the vintage jet, sorry. Don't forget, we've got a raffle going on. £10 per ticket in the link that's pinned. You can be in with a chance to win my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke, which I've had in the box now for a year. And it's ready for somebody to enjoy and make use of. So you can win that by entering the raffle, and 5% of all the money will go to the NFRSA, which is a really good... it's an amazing UK-based charity which looks after retired service animals. And tomorrow for a live stream, join us usual time, same time, 1 o'clock UK time, 1200 UTC. To help you convert that based on wherever you are in the world. We're in the launch version 1 of the TFDI design MD-11 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that's coming out on the 2nd of July for us all to enjoy. And I've been given early access to the launch version, able to stream it to all of you guys. Oh, what a touchdown, Liam. And we're going to be flying out of Amsterdam with some Stroopwafel on board, taking it over to Iceland, Keflavik, checking out the new MK Studios Mark II scenery. Nobody's going to have to go to the Technic team there. Incel, they're not my wheels. That's just the AI. It's the way we're feeding the multiplayer stuff in, basically. Oh, Jamie, nice. That's amazing. It's a charity that it's not really that well. It's not widely known in the UK. They do a lot of work with lots of service animals from all the different things, like the armed forces, border force police, all that kind of stuff. So all of those retired dogs, after serving for sort of 8 years, the NFRSA tries to make sure that they're in a really good home if their handlers haven't been able to keep them, but they also help look after their vet bills and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Zato's coming in now. I think he is the final pilot in for today, yes.
Canaria, continue via Romeo Golf, stand number Tango 16.
Romeo Golf, stand 16, Osprey 904.
ATPL, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing.
Osprey 2306,
here he comes.
The localizer and reserve.
Osprey 2306, heavy Gran Canaria Tower, winds are 03025 knots, runway 03 left, clear to land.
03 left, clear to land, Osprey 2306.
Neil, welcome back. Been to Las Palmas many times. I don't think have I ever been to Gran Canaria? I don't think I have. Except for when I was flying for Thompson years and years and years ago. But I don't think I've certainly haven't been here as a tourist. I keep seeing on the news like Tenerife, like a lot of the Canary Islands are now starting to revolt against tourists, the sheer expansion and in tourism, and it kind of puts me off going there, because I think to myself, well, actually, I don't want to go there if I'm hated as a tourist when I'm there to spend money, kind of thing, and enjoy a nice holiday. But it's probably not as widespread as the media make out. Jamie, that's wicked. That's awesome. Can't quite see him yet. Just see his little light in the backdrop. Big thank you, of course, to Zato for painting that vintage jet. Looks fantastic on the triple. And Tapsy for painting our mainline Osprey Airways livery as well. Appreciate all of the work you guys do in helping paint some of the fleet. It always looks really, really good, and it's really nice seeing everybody enjoying them as well. Yeah, there is that. Certain locations in the world, British tourists don't help themselves, do they? Zato says he's going to try and not sweat it. It's a tough landing though. Gusts of up to 20, then it drops off to 10, goes up to 22 knots or so, goes into a crosswind, flicks about. Real spicy landing. Rather nice. Yeah, Google it. Canary Island tourist revolt, and you'll see like all sorts of weird little articles about how citizens in the country are starting to work. Yeah, they're starting to go against tourism, vandalising things and all sorts of stuff. I'm not sure if it's just Tenerife or if it's other parts of the Canary Islands. Precisely. Well, I try and avoid those resorts in the first place, Ian. Ian says there, when you see a British tourist moaning about the sausages in a foreign country, I know I'm in the wrong resort. Yeah, pretty much. You want to avoid it like the plague. Pick your destination wisely. Black 25. Zato is definitely helpful in this condition, even if it adds about 10 knots to your approach. Bulgarian, it'll nice. It's meant to be stunning in Bulgaria. Again, somewhere else I've not been.
Where are you?
Chad, yeah, there is a rating system to chase.
We're currently 15 miles to the south, established on runway 03.
Cargo looks.
Cargo looks 383. I don't see you. Please confirm again your location.
10 miles to the south, fully established on runway 03 left.
Cargo looks 383, roger. I think I see you. Please say what's your current altitude?
Current altitude is 4,000.
No, you're not restricted on what aircraft you can fly. Waiting for the LOD to kick in there. Because it's loading in the actual PMDG 777 multiple times, the LODs, it looks a bit grey for now, but it's because we're trying to save frames on everybody's system by doing it that way. There we go. So he's now in range, look, enough for the model to load. Oh, he's being thrown around.
Reduce to minimum approach speed, aircraft 777, 3 miles final, and your number 2, continue approach.
Reduce the minimum approach speed and wind number 2 for aircraft speed.
Oh, well that cargo looks is far too close. That's going to be a go around, guaranteed. Speed is you doing? Zato. 130 knots ground speed, chop a neck. That's that gust. He's still doing 150 odd knots, but whoa. There'll be passengers in the back of that vomiting in a minute. Gripping onto the seats, screaming. It's a hell of a lot of wind. It was tough. I mean, you guys saw my yoke on final approach, and I was having to work really hard. And actually, I didn't speak for a little while because I was just focused on the task. Here he comes. I'd have spilled me gin by now. Here he comes, over the threshold. Barney the lazy dog, no, they're meant to be like that, mate. It's literally their design. Whoa, fighting it. That's... Oh, he's on one wheel. And a bounce. He's down. There's never any pressure, Zato. There he is, look at that. Looking good in the vintage jets. And is it Elk by any chance flying in the Cargo Look 7-4?
Osprey 2306 vacated to
You're doing well to vacate there.
383, wind 03026 knots, runway 03 left, clear to land.
My goodness, that's close.
Osprey 2306, welcome to Gran Canaria, taxi via
777-300ER, Barney, is designed to have a special...
Roger, Foxtrot Romeo, and then stand Tango 19er, Osprey 2306.
a special kind of angle of the gear. It prevents tail strikes and all that kind of stuff. Because it's very easy. Is he going to crash? I don't know who is flying this, but it's not very good. What's he doing? What he's doing is, what he's probably just done is just gone risking it all the way through their level, trying to ride the gaps between the wind farm. My goodness. Oh, that's a crash.
And Tower, is it possible if we took a stand 10?
Yeah, there are 10 wind turbines now missing fan blades.
306 unable due to aircraft size.
Roger, Osprey 2306.
I don't know how he's keeping it going like that. My goodness, that's some weird energy management. But he's done it. And he's down with a tail strike to finish. Oh. I don't know what's going on. Look at that windsock. Off the neck. I don't think he's landed yet. Oh, now he has. Oh my goodness. Now that'd be maximum brakes and reverse thrust and all the rest of it. Right, there we go. So, a massive thank you to all of you guys flying around with us today and tuning in wherever you are in the world. I hope you're enjoying the PMDG 777-300ER, smashing all kinds of records every single day so far, and we've now got these wonderful, as we've seen today, Osprey Airways liveries available for you guys to download. Join us tomorrow. We're going to be in the MD-11F again, like I just said a few minutes ago, checking out that new version 1 launch product for the TFDI designs. MD-11F in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Join us tomorrow, Amsterdam to Keflavik, Iceland on VATSIM. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for tuning in, and I will see you very soon. Take care.